Okay, so welcome everyone to the second day of the course. It's Friday. It's Friday, so we look forward to going to rest. But there is no rest for you, really. I think the weekend gives you opportunity to stretch your legs, but some of you may be working with what we have started. So we had good day yesterday to make some introductions into the subject matter of this course. Today we will delve into some of the nitty-gritty of why we are here. So yesterday we set the context and allowed you to see the scenarios, some of the considerations if you want to develop into an excellent writer. All right. So today we'll be taking this further to then start looking at structures and start working on them. Some of the structures that are most common. Okay. So just a reminder of some of the practical things. Yeah, I can see that this group is very good set of students, that there's no noise. I rarely have this kind of atmosphere. Many times I keep shouting, please mute. Sometimes I even kick people out of the class. Then they join again. They start over again. I kick them out again. They join again. They start over again. I kick them out again. Yeah, but you change the scenario by doing what is required. So thank you for that. Let's maintain that. All right. Some of you, I guess if you had met me yesterday, you would have given me a knock. You have given me a knock that you missed. Some of you are joining today. All right, joining today. You were not there yesterday, and the reason is your oversight, not my oversight. Some of you put your emails and did not spell your emails correctly. And so your emails bounce back, so it happens. So if you are not here yesterday, I promise you missed a lot. Those who were here yesterday will tell you that you missed a lot. And so to be able to catch up, you need to do lots of work now. All right. So do your best. And the recordings for yesterday are already uploaded on the YouTube channel. They are there. So please do yourself justice to look at that. The slides are now in the Google Drive. Sorry, something is happening to my system here. Okay, do you still see my slide?
Yes, Doc, we can see.
Yes, I will see.
Yes, we can see.
Yes, Doc, we can.
Great.
Yes.
Prof, we can see.
Okay. So I'm just talking to those who missed yesterday. The first thing I said that you missed a lot. The second thing is that we have the recordings on our YouTube channel. You can go through them. The slides are already in the Google Drive. There is a folder called lecture slides. So everyone can pick these slides there. Slides are put there at the end of each day. And the recordings are put on our YouTube channel at the end of each day. So pick them there. And just to also mention that this course link that you have been given is for you. It's for you alone. So don't begin to be generous now. This is not how to be generous. You say, okay, I share. No, just keep it. Just keep it to yourself. It helps us to do what we are doing here efficiently. We mentioned how you should identify yourself. Please rename yourself, and put your group number. Put your group number. If you for any reason you log out, you get out of the system, or they say an interruption from your side, please, when you come back, check that your group number is still there, because many times it is not there, it has gone out, so that you maintain the group number. It is essential when we are sending you to your breakout groups. Some of you who were here yesterday will testify to that. Many of you actually did not go to your breakout room because of this problem. Even though I know majority. Oh, we have a second teacher. I have a second teacher now. Who is that? Abalis. Abalis is. Do I give you the floor? I have Kamadin.
Sorry, sir.
I have Aloysius.
Hello.
Can you mute? Can you mute yourself?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Because the noise is disrupting us. All right. So now, some of you yesterday who joined the course were intruders. I was able to identify that. All right. And that is why they couldn't go to any group. They're intruders because somebody has given them generously the link. And we don't want that. So please keep the link and don't make life tough for us and for yourself. And then for those who have joined, who cannot be sent to any group, it becomes frustrating, because you can see that the beauty of this course is the group sessions. I was hearing somebody discussing in Chewy. I don't understand Chewy, but at least I got what he was saying when we started. Said one of this thing he likes is being able to collaborate with other Africans. Yeah. The beauty of this course is that you can exercise that opportunity. So if you are not able, you just listen to me here, listen to all those stories, some of them boring, some of them exciting. If you don't go and meet colleagues and discuss and take your project and solve issues and argue and understand and then agree, it can be frustrating. So that is why you don't even need to join. You don't need to join. All right. So let's maintain that. I hope every group has appointed a group coordinator. Is there any group here that has not appointed a coordinator? Is there any group here that does not have a coordinator?
Sorry, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, group 10, we made a suggestion that we should group in turns, that at the end of the day, a new group leader should be chosen. I don't know if that is okay by you, sir.
Yeah, whatever you do, as far as in each day you have somebody who is coordinating, that is fine. Okay.
Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you, sir.
So from what I see now, every group has a coordinator. All right. Tanzil, is it Tanzil Hashim? You are raising your hand, and I can see you belong to group number 90. Ah, goodness me, we are only 12 groups. So Tanzil, speak. Let's hear what you have. Tanzil, are you there? All right, Tanzil is not speaking. But change to the right group you are, because we don't have up to group 90. Right. Okay. So those who are group coordinators continue to take the attendance, because that will determine your certificate. That will determine your certificate. If you have questions, write me email, but let your questions be things that you cannot discuss here, not things that you can ask here. Then you start, I don't have time to reply to a lot of emails that are not very relevant. Now I have taken off from my work. Usually I receive close to 150 emails in a day. And then adding to another maybe 50 from ASFI and what we are doing here today, your own will not be prioritized. So whatever question you have that is relevant to what we are doing here, ask it in the class. And then those ones you think you want to discuss privately with me, you can send by email. Otherwise, I wouldn't reply to many of those emails that are not very relevant. Okay. So the nuggets, I mentioned it. Group number 1, group number 2, group number 3, group number 4. We present the nugget today. All right. So I hope group number 1 has prepared. Group number 2, you need to prepare. Group number 3, you need to prepare. And group number 4. We are doing it turn by turn throughout today. So I will tell you when it is. After the first short break we have this morning, group number 1 will present. And then I think before the lunch time, group number 2 will present. And immediately after the lunch, group number 3 will present. And before we leave for today, group number 4 will present. It's not always the best for the first group. All right. First is good, but in terms of presenting, it's not always the best, because they would like to have the time that others, like group number 12, will present days ahead. Anyway, that is how things work. What can we do? So please do your best. All right. So yesterday we introduced and we set the context of scientific writing. We set the context. And my guess is that everyone was happy. Is there anyone who was sad from yesterday?
Professor, I'm sad with too much happiness.
You're sad with too much happiness. Wow.
Yes.
What discipline are you?
I'm medicine.
You're medicine. Okay.
Yes.
I thought you were art. Then I would think you're speaking philosophy. But anyway, medical doctors can also be philosophers.
Yes.
All right. So if you are sad, just let me know. But I guess that we can correct that in the days remaining. So
Great.
Tanzil, check the Excel file. In the Excel file, you will find the group you are, and take that number and replace with number 90 you have put there. We are not talking about the cell of the Excel, the number you belong. The Excel file you received, check your group number and put that there. All right. We defined scientific writing, and we went to breakout sessions in which you compared and contrast whether it's a science or an art, and we all came with one conclusion: that scientific writing is both science and art. And yesterday, I tried to persuade you that many people do poorly because they focus on the science part, following the rules, and not bringing their artistic acumen to bear in writing. And so you can shape your writing so much if you are able to develop your artistic skills in use of words and describing yourself. All right, so it's both science and art. So you have to work on yourself. Work on yourself. All right, and we discuss the relevance and importance of scientific writing for your career. Scientific writing as an incentive. Should it be abolished, publish or perish, and those issues, we looked at them. So we presented the principles of precision, clarity, and brevity. This is so important. This is so important. And you see that when you begin to work on your project now, begin to write them down, then you see that the more you try to accommodate these principles, you see that there is a fine-tuning of your writing process. It comes with time. It comes with practice. It comes with time. It comes with practice. And you need patience to build. You need patience to build. All right. We looked at habits for scientific writing. We looked at positive habits. We looked at negative habits. And one of the important negative habit is avoidance, procrastination, trying to push it forward. And the other one is inspiration, waiting for inspiration. Many of us are waiting for inspiration, but goodness me, it doesn't come often, because in the end you wait for a long time and then you keep pushing it. But I have not received inspiration. I need to have inspiration before I can write. All right. Anyway, I think some of the things people call it inspiration are the triggers. So you have to identify your own trigger. What gives you environment that gives you opportunity to write more. So find those triggers and utilize them. They vary from person to person. And then we talked about the traits of success, and we use the examples of atomic habits, aggregation of little changes that eventually, when put together, can make a big difference in whatever you're doing. And we use the example of the British cycling team that was swimming in mediocrity for 100 years, but somebody who wanted to make a change came, David Brailsford, and he turned things around. And during a period of 10 years, compare that to 100 years, during a period of 10 years, that story changed, and today is known as the most successful era in cycling history. Cycling history. Can your story be the same? Can you move from where you have been after this course and you can go to where you need to be? We are happy in SFI to write those stories. So please, those successes you make, because we are receiving really good stories of success people make after the encounter they have with us, the training and the associating with colleagues, they make huge differences in their lives. So if you have those successes, let us know. We are happy to share them. We keep getting information. Oh, after the course, I've won grant. Yesterday, a colleague from here also sent me and said that after the grant, I now have confidence. After the grant course, I now have confidence to write. And actually, I brought together some of my colleagues from my university, and we applied. And now we have been shortlisted out of 58 groups that applied. We have been shortlisted. Those are the important stories, telling you that what we are saying here, what we are doing here, is not just come together in a week and then we find good time. No, it's actually working when you put them to practice. All right, so that is a summary of what we accomplished yesterday. Let's hear from you. Questions? Please use the raise hand button. Use the raise hand button if you have a question. Just click it. And I have Doa Ahmed. You are asking big question. At those days, you're wondering. Start first. You are wondering whether you are able to submit on Wednesday. You have to submit. It's not whether you like it or not. You have to submit it. Okay? And I'm sure if you work hard, you'll be able to submit it. All right. I have Rashid Bundu Aka. Your question. Rashid.
Prof, how are you?
I'm fine. And you?
And everybody, I'm really, really sorry. I just have some doubt. Yesterday, I was within the provinces. I was traveling. I was actually unable to join this course, and only to make it this morning. I don't know how can I make it up.
You're reporting yourself.
Yes. You have to be honest.
You have to be honest, and you have been honest. So for you, and sorry to you, Rashid, because you missed a lot, as you can see, and I can't help you. I can't help you. The only thing I can say is go and watch the recording and follow the slides. That is the only thing I can tell you. If you miss, you have missed. That is the way it works here. So attach yourself to your group and see how you can catch up, because you agreed and you signed that, yes, I have time and I will be available for this period of the time of the course. But when the time came, you did what the economic people call opportunity cost by making a choice yesterday. And when you make a choice, you ultimately will lose something. And well, let's wish you all the best as you try to catch up, Rashid.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Ogochukwu Chiama.
Hello, Prof. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for this course. Prof, yesterday you talked about storytelling. You said it is artistic, we should try and tell a story. But I have a problem. There's a paper I'm writing. I used animal model it's a story of lead pollution in an area. But because I cannot go, and that place is actually a conflict region, So I cannot go there to sample the people. So I actually brought in the animals. I use mice.
Mhm.
Now, can I tell a human story using animal models? In my introduction,
Yeah.
can I bring up the story of the environment, and then in my experiment, the multiverse method is now animals?
Yeah. So what happens is this. Okay. So when I say storytelling, I don't mean to go and take extra information outside your study. What I actually mean is in describing what you have done, describe it in a way that keeps the reader there. The reader is not distracted. That is what I mean. And I use the example when I said in my country when we were growing up, we used to have this program they call Test by Moonlight. And why I use that,
it's memo 1 million account.
why I use that is that when you are watching that, you see that it captures your attention. All right. The way the story is told it captures your attention. And so relating that to your write-up, your write-up should keep the reader and not distract the reader. So you have to formulate it in a way, in a story form, not using extra info. Of course, if what you're going to use from the context where you have collected your data is relevant, then use that, of course, to add to what you are describing. But it's not to take something that is not relevant to your topic and bring in there because you want to tell a story. So the story I'm talking about is not to take something aside your project, but to describe what you have done in a way that will keep the reader on the toes, and we want to finish reading your text. I don't know if it's clear enough for you.
No, Prof, it's not.
It's not.
My question is, in the introduction,
Mm-hmm.
can I still narrate the lead toxicity in the area?
Yeah.
Why
If it's relevant to your topic.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because I use experimental models, animals. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't use human population, so I can still go on in introduction and talk about the environment.
Yeah, if it helps to uplift what you're trying to say, because sometimes you are doing a study from a place that is not very well known. All right, you're doing a study in a place that is not very well known, and you want to provide some context to your study. All right, sometimes you can bring it in the introduction, or often people bring this information to the methods. Also, for instance, describing data collection site or study context, and then they describe what is happening in that place. All right. So it depends actually on the topic and how that information will be relevant to what you're doing.
Okay.
Any other question? Okay, I have Christopher Wako Knox.
Yes, thank you, Professor, and good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher. Yesterday, I was so much attached in terms of writing while talking about precision, clarity, and brevity. That point really touched me because that's where we always go wrong, and that's what the reader's eye is caught. My question, and actually I sent it in the chat yesterday, I think it was missed, was giving us some examples when we were talking about precision, where we are telling us to avoid what we call wild card words. What are those and what examples do we go wrong by using wild card words such that we can avoid them? Thank you.
I gave you, Christopher, maybe you are not listening to me. when I mention it. I use the example of a member of parliament in my country. Do you remember that example?
Hopefully, I missed it, Professor. I'm sorry.
Oh, you missed it. And I see that you missed some of the things I'm saying that because you are actually being distracted. But what I was saying is this. There are some words that are distracting from the message. Some words are distracting from the message. All right. So this member of parliament will be making a contribution, and he's actually using words that some of his colleagues are only dodging like bullet is coming. If he speaks one, they dodge because he's using big terminologies that none of them can understand. So the message he's passing becomes distraction and does not attract. And after he speaks, you ask those there, what did he mean? They said, we don't know. But mind you, everything he has said grammatically is right. But understandably, it's difficult to understand it. Christopher, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I know you want me to give you lists of don't use that. No, because this is actually, it can be field specific. So the point is that in your field, make sure the terminologies you use are easily understood. Some of them can be key terminologies that you can't avoid, no problem. At least those in your field will understand it. But don't use words that do not add value. All right? Don't use words that do not add value when you are trying to construct your right.
I have understood, Professor. Thank you.
All right, great. Any other question? Okay, so we can move on today. Anthony Trollope. And this goes back to the issue of habit we talked about yesterday to reinforce it. And I tell you, it works. It works. I know when you are growing in life, there are natural rules that nobody would tell you that this is the way it works. And I mean, that happens even to the animals. It's nature, natural rules that you don't need to go to school to learn them. And one of those is practice makes perfect. That is a natural rule. That is a natural rule. Even the child who is trying to crawl or walk is painful when they want to start, but they can discover that the more they do it, the better they become. And so this child wants to walk, and then the child stands up. It gets to a point where the child now starts taking the steps and will not want the parent to hold him or her because he's enjoying it. I'm moving. And then the child starts doing that. And the more the child does it, the more the steps are becoming better. And the walking is more regulated. And then the running will start. The running will start. And the running can be difficult because it's not the same as walking. But in all, it takes little practices. So Anthony Trollope is here saying, a small daily task, if it be really daily, we beat the labors of spasmodic Hercules. Does anyone disagree to this? Anyone disagree? No one. No one will disagree with this because it is set in stone. That is the way the world works. That is the way the world works. And this is one of the things in our continent, even though we know this is the way it works in our own continent, Africa, this is one of the issues that has made development a mirage. Take, for instance, my country, Nigeria. People are very antagonistic, and this goes to many African countries. People are very antagonistic in the political system. So you have a politician who comes, is a president. He belongs to a party, and then he goes there. He rules for 8 years. And perhaps somebody from another party comes. Because of antagonism, the little efforts that have been made are not consolidated. All right? They antagonize and they cut off everything and start all over again. So every government that comes, if it's in agriculture, they start all over again. Everybody that comes start over again because I don't like the person who went forward. I don't like that party. It's not amongst. It's not our brothers or our sister or our friends. And instead of building on incremental development, we end up destroying. And that is why one of the reasons in a country like that, so many things, so many developmental milestones have become a mirage. Security is destroyed. Road networks not there. Railway systems, when I was young, the railway systems were strong. You could go from north to south. But today, nothing is working. Trust me. When I say nothing, it's really nothing. Maybe Nigerians here will say, you are living there, we know something is working. Yes, I know what is working. I'm saying nothing because where we are is not where we're supposed to be. So this can be a principle that works in every facet of life and comes to what you do as a scientist. A small daily task. He's talking about incremental building of your activities. Build it incrementally. Build it incrementally. Build it. Oh, Jesus. Who is that? All right. So please develop an attitude. This will take a lot from you. It requires persistence. It requires a missionary zeal. Missionary zeal to say, I will remain here. I will continue on this pathway. And then have patience. Sooner or later, you begin to see things. And what he's saying here is that it's going to be a mighty result. Yeah. Good. So yesterday, what we defined, scientific writing, the process of effectively communicating the results of scientific research and the processes that led to obtaining those results. And so this requires a storyline that is clear and understandable by readers. And what happens here is that many times when you write to publish. All right? When you write to publish. All but right. This is the best way. fast. Otherwise, I would have kicked you out. When you want to write and write well, the first question you should be asking yourself is, will they understand me? So approach it from the audience perspective, your reader's perspective. Would they understand this? All right. Is it clear enough? That will enhance your storyline. Then you can write properly. Okay. Part of a scientific paper. Regardless of the field you are, it doesn't matter. Because sooner or later, some people say, but this is in the science, this is not the way it's in the arts, in the social sciences, in the humanities. You see, every paper, every scientific paper will have a title. Every scientific paper will have a title, will have authors, will have affiliations, will have correspondence, will have abstract or summary or whatever, synopsis, whatever they call it. All right. There will be introduction. There will be methods, sometimes some call introduction, maybe they call it background or statement of the problem or things like that. But we know there is a section at least that introduces the subject matter. You have methods, you have results, and then you discuss those results. And then you have acknowledgement, references, tables, and figures. Okay. So over the years, different fields have gone to develop what they call structures. And the purpose of the structures is so that we have a consistency of approach. All right. And so that we will ensure that what we publish have similarity in the way that they appear, and to help the writers to follow our recommendation. All right. So the structure is a compass that will guide readers to the content of the paper. Okay. So if you have readers who are reading your paper, for instance, like me, if I get an invite to review a paper, the first place I will go is to look at the question you have asked. So I read the introduction, and then I will go to the methods. Once I read the methods, I can make a decision on that paper. Because whatever the result is, whatever discussion you have had, if the method is faulty, then I don't need to read more. That may not be the same for a journalist who wants to report what you have found, because the journalist is interested in the results. And so the journalist will go to your results part. So different readers of your paper may be interested in different sections. And so when you have a structure, the structure will guide the reader to the parts of interest. So if you're interested in the experiment, in what was done, then you go directly to the methods. If you're interested in the research question that has been formulated, you go to introduction. If you're interested in what was found, you go to the results. If you're interested in what the results mean, you go to the discussion. And maybe this is a new thing for someone here. All right, the different section of your paper. These are actually their goal. Experiment. What was done? The method will tell you that. The question you have formulated while you're doing the research, the introduction will tell you that. What was found? The results will tell you that. The meaning of the results, the discussion will tell you that. Yeah, I see. Is it Jeremiah? You're asking, how do you know that the method used is correct? Does anyone have an answer here? Anyone who wants to help? Because that question is... Anybody? You raise your hand, let me see. Anyone who wants to help? Okay, I have Nessin. Then I will have Rashid. Nessin, please go ahead.
I think we can know according to the question to see if the question if we can, with the methodology that is described, we can answer the question that the researcher wants to answer. So it's a combination of to see the question and the methodology is we can accomplish what you want.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Nelson. I have Rashid Bundu.
Yeah, like my brother Nelson actually said, normally the questions we answer are usually our solutions, and they go with the objective we set. So if the method is able to actually answer those questions, then you know that your method is actually correct. But if the method goes contrary to the questions, then at the end of the day, you get a faulty result. Thank you.
All right. Then I have Eman Diab.
Yes, good morning, Professor. I think my answer will be different. To judge the method is correct or not, you must have a knowledge about the research methods and how it must be conducted. And you have a basic knowledge about different types of methods. For example, if you review a paper for a qualitative research, you must know as a reviewer what's the steps for the qualitative research and what are the best criteria to judge the qualitative research is correct. The second thing is there is a criteria developed by other institutions, like for example in the meta-analysis we go for checklist. There's a specific type of a checklist. So you, while you read the method section, you check if this portion is mentioned in the method or not. Then you have an idea to judge about the method. So to judge the method, you have to know the research methodology first.
Thank you, Eman. I think that was a fantastic one, and that's the answer I was looking for. That question is a big question, and it depends on your field, it depends on your topic, it depends on the research question. So for you to know whether a method is right or wrong, then you need to know that method. You need to be aware what that method, what kind of questions can be addressed using that method. I'm an epidemiologist, all right? So for instance, now, somebody has a research question, and that research question is, for instance, wants to see whether there's an association between flooding and stunted growth. There's an association between flooding and stunted growth. And then this person goes, because in epidemiology, we have different study designs. All right. So if this person goes to a community and flooding has occurred, and then the person is asking question about flooding, and then it's also asking question about stunted growth of the children. And what happens is this question this person wants to address, association between flooding and stunted growth. We know that for you to establish whether flooding affects stunted growth, then the flooding needs to happen before the stunted growth. All right? We call it in epidemiology temporality, meaning that the flooding we call exposure should come first before the outcome, the stunting. Okay? But it is not every epidemiological study that can be able to measure the flooding before the outcome stunting happens. It's not every epidemiological study. So the cross-sectional study, now the researcher goes to this community and start asking questions about flooding and stunting at the same time. That we call it a cross-sectional study. And so if the researcher finishes the research and then writes the paper and say that we studied flooding and stunting in this community, and we found that those who were involved in, who were exposed to flooding or who had certain level of flooding, were more likely to have children who are stunted. All right. Now, as an epidemiologist, I would not be very comfortable with that conclusion, because the study design the person has used does not allow us to answer that question. Because with the cross-sectional design, we don't know whether it was the flooding that came first or the stunting. It's possible that the people were stunted, perhaps because of where they were living. That place is a flooding route. And then after some time, then the flooding started. It's also possible that the flooding came before the stunting. But with that design, we can't answer that question of whether flooding is associated with stunting. All right, but it doesn't mean you can't study that. It doesn't mean you can't study. You can study that, but if you end up saying that you want to raise a hypothesis so that you can study with a better design, because the cross-sectional is quicker, it's less expensive, it's less tedious, then we can accept that, okay, you are trying to raise a hypothesis, then all right, we can accept this study design. But if you're trying to use to prove this study design will not help you. And so as an epidemiologist, when I see this, I will now think that, well, this is not going to help you to answer this question. And so if I'm a review of that paper, what I will do is to now make a comment, either to reject or to say there is a major revision in which the authors need to better interpret their data and reformulate their research question, because the research question you have with the design you have used and the method you have used, you will not be able to answer that question. So now, if somebody is doing a qualitative study, then you need to know about qualitative study and know whether the person who has done that study using that method has done it properly or improperly. And if somebody is doing animal models, as I've heard this morning, I'm not into that, so I can't make assessment of that because I don't have the expertise. So this differs from field to field. But like Emma was saying, different fields have been developing to enhance how things are done and the way things are reported. So in medicine, there is a system where some experts have come together and they have provided helpful guidelines on how studies can be reported. And the issue of checklists Eman has mentioned has come in there. And for you as a reviewer, it could help you to use those checklists to see, did they report this? How did they report this? How did they report that? So that is one way you can use to make assessment of the methodology. It's not easy with that question. Jeremiah, I hope that is helpful for you to your question. All right. Yeah, so we are talking about structures. All right. There are different structures, and I see the comment some of you already put in there. Yes, there are different structures that are there. Very, very different structures. If a journal says we stick to this structure, then adhere to that. Don't go and tell them, well, I am used to this structure, and I don't care if you submit it, they will reject it. You have to follow them. They are in charge, not you. All right. So listen to what I have said and follow the recommendations they have had. Oh, goodness me. Ange, you are annotating my system, and I don't like that. All right. Monica, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yes, Prof. In some papers or some schools, they want you to write objective before the question. But I'm thinking they want a question, research questions before objective. But I'm thinking that objective should come first before research questions, because objective is the purpose of the study. What is your take on that?
I have no take, Monica. I have no take. All right. There are different ways. There are different systems that are there. I have no take. Where I don't have any take is that those arguments are not important. Okay. Whether questions come before objectives or hypotheses. Sometimes people argue there is difference between aim and objective. There is difference between aim and research question. There is difference between aim and goal and those. I don't engage in those arguments because those are not important issues. The important issue is, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to solve? And what you're trying to solve can be asked as a question, can be asked as an objective or an aim or a goal. If your institution has adopted a system, just follow that, because it does not in any way contribute to the science you're doing. It's just a convention. All right. Sometimes we put too much effort on the convention that we actually ignore the real subject matter. Yeah, I know hands will come now. And Monica, are you happy with my response, or you want me to be definite to tell you?
No, I am happy with your response.
All right, great,
Yes.
great. And then I have Doris. Doris.
Good morning, Prof. Good morning, Prof. Please, my question is, in a research article.
No, Doris, your voice is so low, as if you are not, you're trying not to wake a baby from sleep.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, Prof. I'll be louder now. I'm asking, in a research scientific writing, is it possible to put both research question and objective? Because this particular question Monica asked has really been baffling me for a long time. Because I know
how long?
Sciences, they deal with they deal with research questions. So when I was doing my PhD, I had to put research questions. It was like questions, then you still had to put the objective. So if you are looking at maybe answering which one is really a bit ambiguous. So I really want to know which one. Maybe use of them. They
So
mean the same
you're
thing
asking
from
me with
God's point.
regards to journal publication.
Yes, sir. Yes.
If you go to journal publication, it is not common. It is not common to have research question and objective. It's not common. All right. And I think the reason is obvious. Journals are dealing with a number of words. And then the other thing is that the research question is objective turned to a question. So if you have research question and you're saying the same thing, but in another way. All right. So it's just like saying the distance. Doris, you're joining from Nigeria.
Yes,
Is it?
from Bells University of Technology, Ontario. Yes.
Or where?
Bells
Which
University, sir.
which state?
Bells University, Ogun State.
Ogun. Okay.
Bells
So
University.
it's just like asking from Ogun State to Abuja. What is the difference in distance between from Ogun State to Abuja and Abuja to Ogun State? You understand? So
Yes.
your objective is your research question your research question is objective turned to a question. And so I don't have any, if your institution say put the two, no problem, just go ahead and do it. But in journal publication, it is rare. Where you have some of those challenges, maybe your institutional conventions, like in your thesis or you're reporting to your institution. Otherwise, for me, that is not the big issue. The big issue I have is, what are you trying to do? What is your research question? And when I mean research question there, is broad. It could mean your objective, could mean your aim, but what are you trying to solve? That is a research question. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, I have Patience, please. Sorry, the other name I can't pronounce.
Sorry, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My question one is on this research question. You said we should go directly to the introduction, but we don't even make mention of research question, we only go to aim and objective.
No, I didn't get
Then,
your line cut a bit, so I didn't get it. Can you repeat your listen?
Research question go directly to introduction. That is the point I'm making, that we in mathematics, we any research question only go straight to aim and objective in our introduction. Okay. Then the second question is, most of us in mathematics, when you look at our work, it looks complex and not understandable.
It's not that it looks complex, it's actually complex.
So it's not really complex.
For me. Go ahead.
Sir. Most of our senior colleagues, when you make it simple and bring it down to real life situation, like I mostly work on industrial processes, like in biochemistry, production of ethanol and all that. And you use simpler equations and methods that are, they tend to make you feel that you are not doing anything at all. That it wants.
Your line is cutting so much, Patience, that we don't get, we don't connect everything. Yeah, but you're saying that there is a convention, a different convention in your field, mathematics, and acknowledge that is the way it works. Not every field uses the same convention, but I have to tell you something, that the conventions the different fields use are aimed to help people understand what is done. So if your field has a convention, stick to the convention. You don't need to go and write and maybe op-ed to say that what we have for ages is not right because you came to SFI course and they thought, no, don't do that. Stick to that because I think for the field, it has been established based on considerations. It's not the same thing when you go to, for instance, a medicine or you go to those in the humanities, they have different convention. But one thing that is clear, and I've made that clear from here, is that when you write, the introduction will usually give you a perspective of where the person is coming from, where the person is going, and what the person wants to do. The method will help you to understand what was done actually. The result will help you. And so different conventions are there, but I hope that what we are talking about in these days will help you to streamline and to improve these sections in your papers, depending on how they are established in your field. You are talking about simple and complex. Some of your colleagues who are top there, you know what? It's just like somebody who was asking a question yesterday between Chino Achebe and Wole Soyinka. You see, there is a system that has been there for some time. If you read if I use this example, I'm a Christian, so I will use this example to clarify, and it's not belittling anybody here. But you see, if you're a Christian, there is a Bible version called King James Version, and they have other versions. There's a recent version called International Children's Bible, for instance. If you look at the King James Version, you are born in this generation we are. If you are given that Bible, you will say thou. You have things like thou, and those very old terminologies. Many people born in this generation will not appreciate that. They would like to use what they are conversant with. And those words that have been used in the time this Bible version was established, they are difficult for people of today. But people of those days, that is the language they spoke. It wasn't difficult for them. So what happens is that some of the conventions that have been established in some fields have actually persisted over time. They don't reflect development in our society, the development of ourselves. Our languages are changing. They don't reflect those, so they still stick to that. So some of your old colleagues may be old-fashioned people who are used to certain system, and then that is contradictory to you because you want to express yourself clearly in this way, but there is a barrier. One thing is this: for a system to change, there must be persistence. You have to work towards it. So you have to make a decision in your field whether we stick to what we have been doing, even though we know it is not easy, it is still complex, or we move towards a place where we are simpler to be understood. And one way you can do that is this, and that is one way people have done that, is to establish their own journal. And in their own journal, they make clarity that we want to express things in this way. So you make some requirements, some rules, so that because you know where you want to go, you know the situation, and you want to move away from the old path and make life easier for people to understand what you're doing. So you can take such kind of initiatives. Otherwise, fighting with well-established systems sometimes can be challenging. All right, I hope that is helpful. I have
Thank you so much, sir.
Oloruntola Rachel Foluke, please.
Yes, sir. You've answered. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
It has been a nice time with the talking, and I've been gaining a lot. Well, like the last speaker that talks about the way we write, like when people are talking of hypotheses, question, the research question, I'm a physicist, we don't use it. But what baffles me most about our own writing is the way of writing the objectives. No, when we write the objective, they will say, when other people are looking, they will say it is not measurable. That we have to mention, for example, recently I worked on an earthquake, and we said in that earthquake, we said one objective is to suggest the way to create awareness, especially when we discovered that there is an earthquake in Nigeria and every other thing, that we suggest a way to predict the earthquake before its occurrence. And they said it is not measurable because we're using a ionosphere to predict the earthquake. They said it is not measurable, and then no, it was a lot of. So I want to ask, in that wise, what do I do? Because I've written so many, they will say it is not measurable. It is not measurable. So if I will ask, what is measurable objective? That is the question I want to ask.
That is an important question, Oloruntola. Oloruntola, forgive me.
You can say Rachel.
Rachel, okay.
Yeah,
so what happens is that the comment you have received is very important comment. And I agree with that your objective needs to be measurable. Okay. So if you tell me that you want to create awareness about occurrence of earthquake, okay, as a layperson who is not in your field, the next question I will ask is how will you do that? How will you do that? How will you create? Is it that you will put a siren somewhere, and if there's something coming, I will know? How will you how will I be able to deal with that? You understand? That is what they want you. So you can say, instead of saying you create awareness, you can say we will install detectors, electronic detectors around communities that will signal to people that an earthquake is coming. That is measurable than saying you will create awareness. And so my own example may not be perfect, but I think the reviewers want you to move from this abstract, because when you say you create awareness, it's more abstract than saying we will do this. We will create a system, and this system will give an alarm, and then people will know and escape. And so, yeah, I agree that your aim objective needs to be measurable, and you can find a way to see how, because I know you have already planned what you want to do. You know what you want to do. So the reviewers want you to move those and include them in the objective, so that people can dictate from the objective what actually you are planning to do there. All right.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. I have Ichoma, Ifora.
Ifora, yes. Thank you very much, Prof. And my question is this. In some journals, especially in my field, health sciences, you will see them, apart from the usual introduction, abstract introduction, and all the rest, you will see them bringing in things like graphical abstract and then highlights of the study. So my question is this, what guides you to choose usually the best 4 things that you can, usually they will tell you 4 or 5 highlights of the study. So what guides you to choose what to highlight, when you're writing that aspect? And now, how do you go about what, do you think should be at the back of your mind when you're trying to bring out a graphic abstract?
All right.
Thanks.
Let me start with the graphical abstract. Is that a challenge for you?
Because among so many things, I don't know.
No. Is it a challenge for you?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other person that this is a challenge who is used to this system have a graphic abstract?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
All right.
Yes,
Yeah.
Prof. Yes,
So,
Prof.
welcome to the world of development in scientific communication. That is the world we are, and I love it. I love it so much. We have talked about scientific writing. Is it a science or is it an art? You see, this is the graphic abstract is now demonstrating that to move you from what you have found and to communicate that in a way that brings the artistic acumen in you. Not every one of us can draw graphics. All right. I'm not very good. I used to be very good before, but I lost it. Anyway, so what I do is I have some of my colleagues who are good, who can sketch. And so if I'm trying to deal with this, I meet with them and said, this is what I want to do. The graphic abstract should present some of the highlight of your study. All right. One is that you have a question you have asked. You have a method you have used. You have the results you have found. And then you have made meaning to the results for either further study, for recommendation, for implementation. You have made meaning in that. So these 4 areas are critical. So the graphic abstract is to use graphics to present these aspects in a way that somebody visualizes this abstract can align. Not that the person understands everything you have done, but align. And the graphic abstract can be an invitation to read the paper itself. All right. So if you can draw, then use it, do it. So it means transferring words into graphics. That cannot be easy for many people, but you can get people who can do that. In fact, some of the publishers have, or some of the journals have graphic designers. A recent paper we published, when it was accepted, the editor linked us up with the graphic designer of the journal. And the graphic designer took the abstract and made a sketch, and they brought it back to us and said, this is what I'm thinking. Please look at it and tell me if there is something you want to change, if there is something you want to improve. And then we talk through it and we send back, please change this, please do this, please do that. All right. So the graphics abstract is very helpful. And that is where we are in the world of scientific communication, and it's beautiful. It may be a stress for you. Why is it stress is that you have not got used to it, and you are still imagining in your mind, why would they, because you can't do it, you're not a graphic person. I can't do it. Why would they even be asking me to do this? Why can't they just publish the paper like that without? Well, that is not where we are. Welcome to the world. We are moving, and if you don't want to follow, we will leave you behind. Maybe in 20 years, you will follow. You say, okay, let me join them. But that is where we are. So highlight. I hope the graphic abstract is settled for you. The highlight is this. Ijoma, you have done the study. Okay? And the highlight and the graphic abstract are best for you to actually lead it. The highlight is this. You have done the study. Before you started the study, you had a gap you want to fill. All right? You have a gap you want to fill. That means your study is going to contribute to a field. What is that gap? In the highlights, bring out the things that are study specific here, your study is contributing. Maybe the gap, you bring the gap. If it may be you have used a method that is interesting, peculiar. It may not even be peculiar. It may be a method that people are using, but there's something you have done in your study. So you go to your study in the different sections of your introduction, where your question is, the methods and the results and the conclusion. Get the most important things you think the readers should have. And when they have it, it gives them idea of your research. And the only person that can do that is you yourself. No other person. And this is a good system to make the scientists to think more about what they do, not just to publish, but to think carefully about their study and be able to take ownership and be able to say, these are the key highlights of what I've done. I don't know, has any of you published here and you were interviewed by the press? You were interviewed by the press. Has any of you? Anyone?
Not yet. Not yet.
Do not get the question well.
I mean, you have published, you have made a publication. Where? You have made a publication from your field, and then the press, the journalists were interested and they come to interview you about your study. Or they carry a press release of your study.
Yes.
All right. Who is saying yes?
Yes.
Who said yes? They have run away. You see.
It's Patience.
Okay. Okay. Patience. Now, when they come to interview you, what questions did they ask?
Ask about my publication. Ask about my publication. I did not grant the interview.
You didn't have interview. What did you have?
I did not grant the interview.
Oh, you didn't grant the interview?
Yes, I denied.
Why not?
I did not grant the interview.
Rachel, you're the one speaking now.
Yes, I make a publication on earthquake, and they were all interested, and they were calling for.
And you didn't grant the interview. Why didn't you grant the interview?
I don't know. I was not the first author.
Oh, okay. You are not the first author. So it means that you have not granted interview. All right, Patience. My question is, what question did they ask you?
Ask about the interest, the publication, what is the specialties.
All right, I have another person, Jeremiah. Jeremiah, you said you have been interviewed. What questions did they ask you?
I think I got the same experience too.
You got the same experience. So the point I'm trying to make here is that
I want to say that during my interview session, it was not about my publication. It was actually about my PhD defense. The press was invited.
Oh, okay.
But most of the
not about
questions that
publication.
were asked. Okay, but I think that is kind of the same thing, because they asked me about the contribution of my work or my contributions to academic knowledge and to the society.
Okay.
So basically, those were some of the main questions that the press had to dwell on.
All right. So
and why I had to choose that particular topic. Why was the topic of interest to me?
The point I'm trying to make here is that the point I'm trying to make, so
my community.
Yeah, Mengwil, I think we got the point now you have made. You see, when you are interviewed by the press, the questions they will be asking you relate to the key highlights. Or if you have a press release on your work, the key highlights, and they will usually contact you to ask you what are the key highlights from your work. So as a scientist, you need to get used to that. You need to think about your work so well that somebody wakes you from the sleep. What are the key highlights? All right, this was our question. There's a gap there. So this is an important question for your field or whatever. And we use this method to do it. This method is this and that. And we found this interesting result that perhaps has not been found before or have been found but clarifies it more. Our results have so implications. All right. Okay. Ijoma, is that clear? I see your hand up.
Yes, my hand is up because of and someone dropped a paper that had a graphic abstract and what do you call it, a highlight. I've downloaded the paper and I looked at the graphic abstract. I'm actually thinking that, looking at that graphic abstract is actually a way to make things simpler and then easier to understand, from just looking at the paper, looking at the graphics, you're able to just say a little bit on that. But then with respect to that paper that was dropped, I'm still very confused about the abstract. For me, I haven't seen the message in that abstract, or really, do I have to be a part of that field for me to understand basically even the graphic abstract?
Yeah, the graphic abstract is not a popular science communication. All right, even though it has some features of, it's not a popular science communication. What I mean by popular science, you understand that? It means communication of scientific finding. We talked about it yesterday, science communication or science writing, in which the scientists write to the public audience. The graphic abstract is not a popular communication. So if you are coming from a different field, it is perhaps possible that you may have some challenges with the graphics abstract from another field.
Okay,
all
okay,
right,
that's fine. Okay,
all
the message I was trying to get is, if one is doing a graphic abstract, are you designing it to talk to the specialists in the field, or are you trying to use the common language in science communication?
You're designing it to, because it's published alongside the papers, you're designing it to the professionals in your field.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, I have Vushut, and then Ogochukwu Chiama, and then we'll move on.
Good morning, Prof, and every other person.
Good morning.
Even though my question is not on graphic design, I know it's the hottest thing we've been talking about. My hand was up before now. I wanted to know, in simple terms, how I go about writing a hypothesis for a thesis or, yes, for a research. Please, in very simple terms. I'm very glad at something you said today, which has simplified my life. In a very simple way, you said a research question is an objective put in a question form. I write research questions and I write objectives, but I've never seen it in this light. But this link today made me understand it really clear. So I thought to ask about hypothesis. If there's one simple way like that, I can just get it in my head.
Okay. Yeah. Even though we are not dealing with hypothesis, I will try to say something here. I hope that helps you. Otherwise, when we are launching I'm looking forward to it. Our data analysis course next year, we will dig deeper into those issues. But hypothesis, you see, the objective, you understand that now. The objective is what you want to do, and then the research question is the objective turned into a question. The hypothesis is actually your proposal of what you are going to find.
Okay.
You understand? The objective is what you want to do. The research question is turn the objective to a question. The hypothesis is the proposal of what you will find in your study. So you are jumping the gun to say, this is what I will get.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes, sir. This is beautiful.
Yes, Prof, I have a worry.
This sentence is very beautiful. I'm sure it captures, that's the kind of simple way I really wanted it to just be.
All right.
Because the way you described the other one was so beautiful. So I thought that you would also give me something. And thank you, you did.
So when you propose your hypothesis, so what happens is that then you do your study. Your study can either bring an answer that does not support what you have proposed before. Then you reject what you have proposed before. All right?
Yes, sir. Yes, bro.
So that is the way it works. Okay, Ogochukwu, let's take you and move.
Prof, thank you. I want to report something I did. It's about the graphic abstract. When they requested for the graphic, what I did was I just merged the pictures of the parasite I snapped while doing the work. I did not do anything. I just got the pictures, matched them as a whole picture and sent to them. I don't know if I'm right.
So, and they accepted it.
Yes, Prof.
Maybe they were discussing that this scientist is not a good graphic person.
It's Nigerian.
Anyway, let's take it. Well, what can we, if we tell her to do on that one, she may even do worse. Let's just take this one. All right. The thing we are talking about here today is you have to think carefully about it because it's about communication. It's about an impression. It's about you. It's about understanding. You know, it's about captivating. It's about attracting people to your work. So you need to put much more thought into it. Perhaps that was your first time, but you need to improve and move to the direction of thinking, what do I do in this? What can I put? Because you need to communicate that, all right? So that it's easy for people to follow. All right, so I think we have dealt with this a lot. Let's move on so that, all right, you are not, perhaps I mentioned it. So these are very common ones. There are many, many other ones that are there and they differ by field. I want you to accept that. So I can't bring everything here, but these are common one. This one is IMRAD, and then this one MDM. Introduction, methods, results, and discussion. An introduction, results, discussion, methods, and have seen the comments some of you are making there. Somebody's asking, who uses this in this world? All right, yeah, there are places that they are being used and they are rising commonly nowadays. Okay, manuscript writing structures. Different things, title and abstract, say your paper, introduction, work on what, on that funnel shape, methods, provide a cookbook with the study's ingredients, result, present findings without interpretation, tables and figures, make them self-explanatory, discussion, be frank in acknowledging your limitations. When you get this slide, you can look at the cartoons. If you are a cartoon lover, and see what they're actually trying to do there. Now, the introduction. I will finish this session quickly, and then I will send you out to breakout session because we have been here for some time now. All right. The introduction has two functions. The introduction has two functions. The introduction has to function. I say 3 times because many times your writing introduction is so disjointed. It doesn't have any taste. It doesn't have any taste. The ingredients are missing. All right. It awakens the reader's interest. All right. And when it awakens the reader's interest, it prepares the reader to understand the paper. Oh, if you have taken a train ride where you have this conductor, usually they are women with a sweet voice, and they tell you, this train is coming from station this. We are going to the station. And as we go, we will stop at this stations. And our final stop will be here, and we will get there at this time. In this train, you have the toilet. They will tell you where the toilet is. In this train, you have the restaurant. Feel free to buy your food. And of course, we have Wi-Fi on board. So welcome. And we wish you a very pleasant journey. All right. And once that is said, you now relax and expect it. Another way is what happens in opening scene in a play. The opening scene in a play sets the pace. Those who like theater set the pace. So these two scenarios actually serves to illustrate what an introduction does. The audience is there looking at what is going to happen. And then this person walks in there and is doing something that the audience is trying to figure out, and then set the pace. And the audience is set in a way to expect the main thing that will come. That is what your introduction should do. Awakens the reader and then prepares them for the big deal. You are in control. And you need to be in control. As a writer, you are in control. You see, one of the most powerful things you can do in the world is a writer. When you're a writer, you move the reader wherever you want the reader to go. You are in charge. Many times we fail because we have not taken the responsibility of being in charge as scientific writers. We want the readers to drive us, but you are in charge. So use that power you have. Awaken the reader, tell the reader, this is what I want you to know. This is what I want to communicate. And this is where I'm taking you to. The reader will follow. The reader has no choice. All right? So when you're a writer, you are powerful. You are powerful. Okay. A well-written introduction sets the scene for the reader. Start by telling the reader what is happening or has happened. And that is the context you said. And then ends with a glimpse of what follows in the remainder of the paper. And that is the plot. All right? Set the scene, set the context, and then set the plot ahead. And so when you do your introduction, you describe the problem and why you try to solve that problem. You describe the problem and why you try to solve that problem. What do you think is a constituent of the why there? What do you think are the ingredients that make up the why I have there? Why you try? Anyone? Or you don't understand my question? What do you think are the things involved? What are keywords you can use to highlight the why?
The implication of that problem or the impact the problem.
Implication, impact, yeah. Any other?
The statement of problem.
The statement of problem.
Extent of the problem.
Extent of the problem. That is in describe. That is in describe. Oh yeah.
The challenges.
The challenges.
The rationale.
The rationale. The significance. The justification.
Yeah. Justification.
So when I say why there, you can see that the purpose. You can see that the why is big. The why is big. There's so much ingredients in the why you need to highlight. So thank you very much for those who have. And so, yeah, it looks like asking the question, I've released a bomb. Somebody is bombing us here now. All right, the introduction is made up of 4 sections. Okay, the first is that you should describe the general research area. The second one is that you should identify the gap or gaps that are there on the evidence. The third one is define the evidence gap you have tackled or you're going to tackle. And that includes your research question, your hypothesis, your objectives. And then the fourth part is summarize your plan, how you're going to tackle it. Summarize it, put it into context. All right. So these 4 sections are captured in the introduction. But you have to know that you don't need to present the whole history of the field or present a full literature review. In fact, your introduction in a scientific journal paper should not go beyond 1.5 pages. If you can accommodate in 1 page, that's okay, but don't go beyond 1.5 pages. Some people like writing, and the issue of precision, clarity, and brevity we talked about yesterday are very essential. Some people need to be baptized in those. Otherwise, because they can talk too much, they put it into practice in the writing. The right introduction can be 3 pages. Who has time for those? So make it short and succinct. Okay, summarize your plan is, you have to land then. You have started a journey, you need to land. Okay, sometimes it's not necessary, but I think you will see example of it as we move on, and then it will be clearer. All right, let's take 10 minutes break. And when we come back, we'll have group 1 to give us their nuggets. 10 minutes break. And when we return, we'll return at 5 minutes to the next hour, depending on where you are.
Thank you, Sam.
And group 1 will give us their nugget. See you soon.
Thank you, Prof.
All right, let's start. Is group 1 ready for their nugget?
Yes, Professor.
All right, please. Let's get it. You can share your screen. Please go ahead. Please, who is presenting? You're wasting our time.
I was supposed to share the slide, and Ade, one of us, was supposed to present. Anyway, since he's not responding, let me go.
Can you put it on presentation mode there?
Presentation. This is what I'm looking for.
Yeah. It's not working. If it's not working, just go ahead. Sometimes it happens in that way.
Is it okay now?
No,
you can
just
enable
go
the
ahead.
editing, please. Enable the editing, then it will be okay.
Yes.
It's okay.
Say you should enable the editing on top there.
You should click on it. Click on enable editing.
Enable.
And then the presentation
on
mode.
top there, on top there, Martin.
I don't see.
The yellow bar on top. The yellow bar
Yes,
on
on the,
top.
Yellow. There's no yellow here.
Just go ahead, Martin. Just go ahead, please. We don't have time.
Okay. And 10 simple rules. The presentation of group 1. The nugget presentation. 10 simple rules for getting published. The first rule, we will read many papers and learn from both good and bad work of others. In the journal club, where we'll be criticizing a paper as in a group, reading at least 1 or 2 papers a day.
Marty,
Yes.
which slide are you?
Slide 2 now.
No, we are still seeing the first slide. Is the main slide.
Marty, please stop and share again, possibly to it.
Oh, okay. Let me stop sharing. Is it okay? Let me put in the...
Please, Marty, take your cursor up. On the yellow line, you click on enable editing, then you'll be able to move.
Enable editing, okay.
at the top of it.
Is it?
I think the version you're using, I think you have expired licenses.
Oh.
Let's reshare again.
But I don't know if someone can also touch the slide mode.
Can you send it to
No,
another person that?
Can you send it to my email? Send it to my email.
Marty, yes, let me try if I can share.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
But you need to stop sharing so that you can share.
I've stopped already.
Okay.
Who is sharing? Group number 1, you are taking our time.
I think it's down Madam Pocha or whatever.
We don't have time. Marty, can you send that to my email, please?
Okay, I'll try to send it to you.
And
Martin,
when you start, I'm giving you only 2 minutes to finish, really. So you have to run through it.
Martin, you can share it via our WhatsApp group, then I can project it.
It's already on the WhatsApp group.
Okay, let me check and then see if I can project it right.
Yeah, Marty, just send it to me as well. Just send it to me. Have you sent? Matty, have you sent?
Not yet. My email was closed.
I had to add it.
To send.
So who is sharing this?
Oh, Emiko, my own with you is that maybe we still need somebody that would come out.
All right. I think you stop sharing. Let's move on. Otherwise, we are going to be in trouble with time today. So every group, this is now a warning to you that you need to get yourself ready. You need to get yourself ready so that we can save time. Otherwise, we are on this. All right. Let's do this because time is running. The introduction funnel. The introduction funnel. This is what is this? I remember sometime when I was teaching this course and we started into we go into arguments. Is this a cone or a funnel? Who knows?
It's a cone.
Is a cone. Any contrary opinion?
It's a cone.
Is a cone, it's not a funnel.
It's a cone, not a funnel.
Really?
Not a funnel.
Who says it's a funnel?
It's a cone.
I think it's a funnel because
It can't be a funnel because it doesn't have an outlet underneath. So it's a cone.
It doesn't matter whether it has outlet or not.
No, I think because it's upside down, so it's a funnel.
It's a funnel. It's a funnel. It's a cone. It's a funnel. All right, it's enough. It's enough. The argument is.
We'll get to hear it from you, Prof.
Professor.
It looks like a funnel.
Professor.
Yes, please.
Professor, the argument here is like someone with a glass with water, but when it's not full. So the ontology that someone can use, he can say either the glass is empty full or half full.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your analogy. but a cone and a funnel, are they the same?
No, they're not.
They are not.
Really?
They are not. So the mathematicians, the concept of a cone came from mathematics. How do you define a cone, the mathematicians?
Questions is your turn.
I'm an answer.
Anyway, this one is a funnel, it's not a cone. This argument is not the first time. It's the first time we did this course, the argument came. A funnel has the base on top. A cone has the base down. True or false?
True, sir.
True, sir.
So those who called it a funnel have won. So this is the introduction funnel. This introduction funnel. It's a graphic. It's like what we are talking about, the graphic.
I have a question, sir, please, for the interruption. My question is this. So what actually makes a funnel is the position of the base.
Yeah, yeah, of course. And what makes a cone is also the position of the base.
Okay.
So a cone is usually an inverted what?
An inverted funnel.
An inverted funnel.
Funnel.
And a funnel is an inverted
cone.
Okay. All right. So this is introduction funnel. What it means is I was saying that the graphic abstract we are talking about The goal is to be able to use it to illustrate. So please, now you have come in, just mute yourself. Just mute yourself because the noise is still coming up. All right. So the goal here is to allow you to see how we can move in the introduction, is to give you a system you can use to think how your introduction should be structured. All right. So as a funnel, what happens here is that it starts with a broader base. Your introduction should start with a broader base and then goes into more specific, or we say start with general information and then go down to the specific information. So on top there, this broad base are the background, the known information on the topic. Then you move downward a little bit, then you describe the knowledge gap or what we don't know on the topic. Then you move further, you describe the hypothesis, your research question, the purpose statement or the objectives of your research question or your topic. And then finally, your approach, the plan of attack, and your proposed solution. And there is actually what your study is bringing on board to that topic. I hope this is clear. Is there anybody that is not clear to?
No, sir, please come again.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, I shouldn't be asking that question. So as a funnel, you start with general information or broader information, and then you come down to the specifics. And the specifics here will be what your study is dealing about. So the broader information will be what we know on that topic. Then you go to what we don't know. What is the gap? Your hypothesis, your question, your objectives will come after that. And this objective will be to solve the gap. And then finally, how you plan to solve the gap. Not the methods per se, but the general outlook or perspective of what your study is contributing to this topic. All right. An example here. We're using sepsis. Sepsis, a study in sepsis and of course cardiovascular disease. All right, so this is general information. The first, sepsis is a major cause of morbidity and mortality in individuals who share contaminated needles. All right, this we know. This is a broad or general information. We know that. Now, the second part is the knowledge gap. No preventive treatment has been identified. Can statins help? Animal trials suggest yes, but studies in humans are limited. Previous trials were small, observational, with only one population-based cohort. So far now, you have read up to this point. Is this switch to read?
Yes, Prof.
Very
interesting.
Very interesting. Is it complicated? Is there anybody who does not understand what is talking about here?
Oh, I'm with you, sir.
Clear, concise, straightforward language.
Sorry, I
You see-
got caught by a network. I didn't follow.
Very
Mm.
understandable.
Sorry.
Now you have come, you have to follow them.
I was thought of.
Now, the purpose statement and approach, those two can be combined, of course. Of course, in the previous, we have separated them, but here you see that they have combined them. You can combine them. He said, therefore, our aim was to assess the effect of treatment on the rate of sepsis in a prospective cohort study of individuals who had a history of sharing needles, period. you have set your introduction. Anybody who said, I don't understand, that is the person's problem. If you have written it in this way, it's not too long, but it has captured the information, what we know, what is not known, and what you are trying to do, and your objectives. Another one is this. You can see this like a funnel. It describes the disease. It describes what we don't know. It states the aims and objectives, and then what the study is actually doing. So this is how the introduction funnel will usually be. All right, I have a hand already. Eman Etalawi. Eman, are you asking? Oh, Eman. All right, Nidal.
Sorry, I didn't have any question. Actually, there's a clear presentation about the introductions and how we can get.
You didn't have any question. You like the introduction so much that you clicked your hand. Okay, we'll forgive you. Nidal, please go ahead.
Yes, Prof. Actually, I want to ask about if I am using my paper regarding 2 or 3 dependent and independent variables. So I'm talking about the disease and the genetic background of it, or the methodological technique I will use in my paper. How I insert them in the introduction.
All right. So you have to find a way to bring them up across these sections. It's the same thing. All right. It means that if you are looking at the science, you're looking at the methodology, and in the science, you're looking at maybe genetic side and other side, you find a way to bring them in this. So each of those, you still have the broad or general topic, the knowledge gap, and the purpose statement, the objectives. You can say the objective. In this study, there are 3 objectives. The first is this, the second is this, the third is so. Find a way to tell that story for clearance.
What if I just focus on the problem statement and I mention all the gaps and the accomplishment of my objective, the achievement in the problem statement? I just focus on it in my introduction. Is it okay, or I have to separate in a percentage or a proportional way?
No, and there is no proportional percentage. The thing is that if you state, for instance, one problem statement, is it going to capture what you are trying to solve here? Is it going to capture it? These 3 aspects. If it's not going to capture it, the issue here is to be so simplistic that the reader will understand what you want to do. Don't make it complicated. So if one sentence will capture the 3 clearly, then use that. If not, then feel free to separate them for clarity.
Okay, thank you, bro.
All right. I have Ogochukwu Chiama.
No problem.
Yes, please.
Prof, please, can you show us the summary plan? I don't see a summary plan in the first one. I think this example one that has example 1. This number 4, is it the summary plan?
The what?
Using summary plan you stated in the
it
steps
is.
we should follow.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, this number 4 is an example of a summary plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Many times people do it in different ways. You see that the one on the left is not exactly separated into 4, so they have combined them. But the key thing there is that you should present a general knowledge, you should present a gap, and then you should present what your study is trying to solve. Those information need to be found in that. Okay, I have Nelson.
Prof, thank you. I would like to know if we have, in this section, if we have to put information related to the expected results how the knowledge that will generate will help us. For instance, example, I want to study.
So you're talking about the significance.
Yeah, the significance. Do we have to?
You can do that. You can do that. But don't elaborate it too much, because when you do your discussion, you also have a section on implications.
Okay.
You understand? So you can highlight what the significance or importance of doing what you want to do will have, either on the field or in let's say if you're medicine, in medical care, or wherever the result will be utilized. But don't put too much detail in that, because you have the discussion that will integrate implications, significance, next steps, and things like that. So in as much as you can do that introduction, but know that introduction is actually set to awaken interest and then guide the reader into what you have done.
Thank you.
All right, I have Abdul Malik.
Yes, thank you, Professor. I can see that this is a well-designed and summative kind of a presentation. Does this mean that we should go back to what you did mention in the morning before we went into the break, where you posed a question that when you have your thesis or you have your research work, and then someone poses a question that can you mention the highlights in your work? So I've seen that this is so helpful because it is in a summative form. So can we use this to do our highlights in our research paper? Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't get your question actually. You can use as a highlight where? Abdul Malik.
Yes, if you are going to make maybe a difference, can you use this phenotype of presentation to give
Yeah. So yeah, you can use that, of course. So the issue is your story. The issue is your story. You need to tell your story, because when you're telling the story, you know, in my country, and of course it depends. The tortoise is the king. The king. And you want to tell a story of how the tortoise went to the marketplace, and then you say, you know, and the tortoise was there, and everybody ran away. If you start there, people ask, what happened? All right. So you need to start from a place where people can follow. Okay, the sequence of events. All right. And this can be a system you can use if you are making your presentation. Start from the general thing. When I used to work at the University of Edinburgh, they had this system. And of course, those who are organizing, who are planning our conferences and boot camp next year, they are proposing to bring similar thing. It's called 1 minute thesis competition. 1 minute thesis competition. And this is a UK-wide thing that people who are doing their PhD are allowed to compete, to use 1 minute to explain their thesis, what they have done in their thesis. And so you are talking to a general audience. So you have to use a system in which they can follow you and understand what you have done. So you start from the general and then you go to more specific. Then I have Daniel Owushulu.
Thanks for helping us so far. Where do we place justification? Can we say justification, which some people request? Is it the same as knowledge gap and all that?
Yeah, so
can we call it the same thing as knowledge gap?
Yeah, it can be. It depends on how you frame it. But justification is actually trying to highlight the the need for that study, the importance of that study. All right.
So where should we place it now?
It can come under the knowledge gap. The knowledge gap. It's not in the background. It's the knowledge gap. All right.
So, sorry. Where does problem statement come in this scheme now? What we call problem statement?
Yeah. So the problem statement can come on the knowledge gap, but you know, sometimes in the field, depending on the field, they don't you know, have a section. They say problem statement is intertwined with the gap you have identified and what you are going to do with that gap. All right. It depends on how your field frames it. In some fields, it is a combination of the knowledge gap and the objective, the research question that highlights a problem statement. But the significance of the study, like this one here, say no preventive treatment has been identified. Somebody may argue that this is already the significance. All right, because if you have a treatment that is identified, what will that do? It will revolutionize the care of sepsis. All right, so intuitively you can see that there is a justification already put there, but it's not stated. It's just telling you what is not known, and the implication of what is not known is that if it is known, then things will change. Now, from the gap that is identified, you can put your justification and highlight that if we find a treatment through a well-designed study, you can highlight what that will do to the treatment of sepsis and what that will do to patients and so on and so forth.
Sorry, Prof, for another addition. I don't know, some people try to write justification separate from introduction, and most of the times when it's done, there's repetition. You seem to be repeating some of the things you said in the introduction. But meanwhile, some colleges, like I think it's National Postgraduate College, that requires that you write justification as a separate from introduction.
Is it in the thesis or in your article?
In dissertation proposal, for instance, they want you to write justification separate from introduction. And most of the times when they're doing it, you will see yourself repeating what you have said in the introduction. So that's, I don't know.
So when you write a thesis, it's different from writing an article. All right. When you write a thesis, it's different from writing an article. And the difference is the purpose of the thesis. The purpose of the thesis is to help the PhD student or master student to become accustomed with the rigor of conducting a scientific research and reporting it. So some of the things that you have in your thesis are not in the article. And the reason is for you to reflect on that. Can you write a justification, even though it sounds like a repetition? But can you write it? Can the student formulate a justification of the study? All right. So some of the things that reflect in your thesis are actually learning objective for the thesis to allow the student to be able to think through the scientific reporting process of their work. But when you come to writing a scientific article, it is not common to have justification as a separate section from the introduction. It is intertwined, and that is why I'm saying that in this one now on the left, you can see that invariably, if you have a gap that we do not have treatment, no treatment has identified, all right, then the implication of it, you may not need to rigor around it. If we find a treatment, it will do this. We already know by implication that if a treatment is found, this problem will be minimized. All right, I have too many hands and I don't want to allow all these people to speak now because that would take our time. So let's move on. Let's move on. All right. We'll have the background on the general topic. Begin by providing the reader with background information on the topic of the paper. Describe what is known about the disease, the technique, the topic or compound, and why it is an important topic. Make sure that the background information directly relates to your specific study. All right. So the known information that everybody is familiar with, that is to keep people in it. Then the knowledge gap. Then you narrow more in introduction by providing what we don't know. All right. The importance of the continual research needed but unknown information, an unsolved problem, a knowledge gap, limitations of prior studies. This will come in this place. And then you have the hypothesis, the question, you narrow again, okay? Following the funnel shape. So from this point on, the text must provide a clear rationale for why you did this study. You test a hypothesis, you answer a question, you solve a problem, or you fulfill a purpose. So these blue ones are telling you the words that are right to use to describe these different actions. You test a hypothesis, you answer a question, you solve a problem, or you fulfill a purpose. All right. So number 1, 2, 3, and then the approach, you finalize with the number 4, the approach. In this study example, we asked whether study participants understood the elements of informed consent as measured by recall of the content of the informed consent document. Or it can be using a randomized control protocol that included monthly blood drug measurement. We investigated whether. All right. Okay. And you have different examples here that describe the approach. The key thing is start with a broad general information, then highlight the knowledge gap on the topic, then state your aims, your objectives, your hypotheses, if you have used any of those, and finally present what you have actually done in your study. And there are different examples I have given up to this point. This is the way you approach your introduction. I would like to send you to your breakout rooms so that we can put this into practice. I would like to send you there. And what you do is in your group folder in the Google Drive, you have a paper that starts with result check in your folder in the Google Drive. Pick that paper, and as I send you now, read the introduction of that paper. Read the introduction of that paper, and then you have 20 minutes to do that. We come back here, and I would like to ask you how you feel about the introduction with regards to what we have looked at. So appoint somebody who can in 1 minute present to us what your group has discussed. So yes, please.
Please can come again. Sorry. The instructions, please.
I say go to your group folder in the Google Drive. All right, and pick a paper that starts with result check. The name of the file starts with result check, and then other things follow. But it starts with a result check. So read the introduction of that paper. Introduction, discuss in your group, and then appoint one person who will come to present your thought in 1 minute. So you have 20 minutes to do that.
Please, Prof, can you share the presentation, your slide, please, by email? Is it possible?
By email? Nope, I can't do that. Are you talking about what is here? What is in front of you, or what?
Yeah, the entire presentation, the entire slide.
No. I can't do that. I put it there, as I mentioned in the morning. I put it in the Google Drive, so you have to pick it up from there. We can't send it by email.
All right, thank you so much.
Mm.
Thank you.
All right. We will take your feedback after the lunch break. But now let's hear from group number 2 with regards to the nuggets. Group number 2, are you ready?
But I cannot share. Good afternoon, sir. I cannot share. I'll be morning. I cannot share my slide though. Where will I send it?
Is that group number 2?
Yes, sir.
So you're not ready?
I'm ready, but I'm using my phone. I cannot share slide. That's
Are you the only one?
Okay.
Are you the only one in your group? Is there no one else that can share it for you?
Okay. Maybe they will share it. It's in the group. It's in our WhatsApp chat. Not trusting.
Every group needs to be prepared. You need to be prepared. You need to be prepared for this. And group number 1, you did not send the presentation I asked you to send to me.
Sorry, Prof, I have a question. Sorry, Prof, a quick question. Do we have to type it on a slide, or we can just talk about what we got?
It's easier to follow when you have a slide, but if you don't have a slide, you can go on. Because when you share the slide, it sticks more with people. But if you don't have a slide, just go on and speak.
Okay.
Which group is that?
This is group 3, but I just wanted to know.
Okay. Group number 1, group number 2, none of you is ready.
I'm ready.
We are ready.
So who is sharing it?
Who is ready? Yes. Can I present with our slide?
Okay, let me share.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, let me.
Okay.
Someone is already
I want to start
sharing
the presentation now. Yes. The document given to us the title is 10 simple rules for writing science. Introduction. Scientific review much advice on how to write effective papers. Fundamentally, advice is similar to that given to journalists. Many resources recommended the different rules, and because of that, this article based on checking different rules and the advice. So the authors collected more, we have gone to methods, collected more than 1 million abstracts from 8 disciplines. So the disciplines are chosen so that biology was represented by 3 Alice fields. Then they measure how the scientists carry out their own writing. So based on that, they discovered these 10 basic rules. I mean the 10 rules. So they talk about the rule 1 is keep it short. That we have to keep it short when writing, and rule 2 is it must be compact. Rule 3, the writing must be simple. Rule 4, use the present tense. that so that it will reduce the grammatical error. Then rule 5, avoid adjectives and adverbs. Be focused, that's rule 6. Rule 7, then let what we are writing be of importance. Rule 8, be bold. Rule 9, you show confidence. And the last rule, avoid excessive word. So when they discovered this, let me quickly rush to these are the results. Then conclusion. So the article found out that when it comes to abstract, more is more, despite clear and abundant advice to the contrary. That they've discovered that some scientists find it difficult to write it in a simpler way. Then it is an interesting and surprising result. And the hypothesis is that scientists have different preferences for what they would like to read versus what they are going to cite. So for this, scientists really heavily rely on search techniques, especially the search engine, where longer and more specific abstracts are favored. So conclusively, likely explain our result that suggests that the new landscape of linguistic fitness in 21st century science, future study could investigate the relationship between the stylist future and directly, as well as strength of the relationship between the citation performed. Another interesting finding is that there's very little variation across discipline, with only 3 out of 15 futures displaying sign changes among the diverse field. Thank you for listening. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Prof, I'm through.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Group number 2. All right. Is group number 1 ready now? All right. Group number 1 is not still ready. Okay. I think we can stop here and go for our lunch break and return exactly at the hour, 1 hour from now. All right. So enjoy your lunch and see you in 1 hour. All right. Welcome back, everyone.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, so we went out to look at the introduction of those papers. So let's start with group number 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is your turn now. Group number 7. Who is presenting for group number 7? Group number 8, group number 9, group. Now, since you have your group numbers to your names, I hope everybody has that. So all those people in the affected groups who are presenting, please raise your hand so that it will be easier from group number 7 to group number 12. So use 1 minute, whoever is presenting for each group, to tell us your impression of the introduction you read with regards to the structure we have been talking about this morning, the phonics structure, as well as the issues of precision, clarity, and brevity. Group number 7, who is presenting for you? All right, I have Eman. Group number 8, raise your hand, 9, 10, 11, 12, so that we can do this. All right, group number 7, Eman, please go ahead. You tell us the title of the study, journal is published, year is published, and perhaps the first author. I have 2 hands for group number 7. Who is presenting?
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Professor, do I have to share my screen? The
You don't
PDF
need to share
file,
your,
or-
you don't need to share your screen.
Okay. So our paper, just I want to open the file. Okay. We have discussed about the introduction and to find the main section that we are discussed in the session before the lunch. So our paper is the risk of rehospitalization and death in patient hospitalized due to asthma. So the main topic is about the reasons or risk for hospitalization and death due to the main disease is the asthma. This is original articles and okay. We found that the introduction is not separated sections like you are presented, but they are mixed together. So sometimes we start with the back informations, which is define the disease and which is the asthma is heterogeneous inflammatory disease, and give a little bit back information about the asthma itself and what is the consequence of the asthma, because it is it's considered as a rare cause for mortality. After that, we found the significance for this study in two parts. The first one is here under the background. The author stated that the presently high level of poor asthma control are a concern. So it is the issue. They determine here the starting point for the issue of the asthma, which is the poor asthma control. Then highlighted that poor adherence to the asthma medications could lead to certain problems. So even if the patients diagnosed and prescribed proper medication for him, there is another issue, which is the proper adherence. The proper adherence to the prescribed medications will lead to increase the risk of hospitalization, which is the main topic for this paper. Then they highlighted the gap of knowledge. Does my sound voice is heard? Okay.
Yeah, your time is your time is almost
Okay.
up. Yeah.
So there is a gap of knowledge determined here through the previous study. They reported only 2 studies here. The first one is there is a need for
all right. So Eman, you're saying that they have the component we have discussed, but not necessarily following it in that consecutive order. All right. Okay. So those who are listening, you can see the way they have done that. So how was it for you? Was it simple to understand?
For me, it is not difficult because I have read a lot of papers, so I am.
Yeah. What is impression from your group members?
Also, they highlighted the main issue, the main parts, effectively, most of them.
All right.
Who take the discussion and talk to us.
Thank you. Let's go to group number 8.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Group number 8, who is presenting? All right. Group number 9. Group number 8 wants us to skip them. Group number 9, please.
Good afternoon, group number 9.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I'm on transit, but I can quickly do that. We are. Can you hear me, sir?
We hear you.
So our study was I'm trying to get it. Okay.
on the frequency of food allergy in Europe, an updated systematic review and meta-analysis. The first author was or is Giulia C. Spolidoro, and the date of publication was 15th July 2022. So in my group, we tried to look at the way the work, the introduction was presented. We looked at the topic, general topic well presented, and it's quite clear: frequency of allergy in Europe, and updated systematic review and meta-analysis. So the knowledge gap there, the general knowledge that was presented, general background was that in before 2012, there was a presentation by EACL commissioned the systematic review that presented something on food allergy. And it was noticed that after 2012, or after the presentation publication in 2014, it was noticed that there was a rise in food allergy, though not documented. So, so the authors now saw a gap that since after 2014, no scientific evidence on food allergy was documented. So that gap was what they tried to fill. And the purpose statement and approach that they used, or the aim of the study, was to update the previously EAACL commissioned systematic review on the incidence, prevalence, and time trend of food allergy in Europe by identifying, critically appraising, and synthesizing evidence from studies that were published previously. That was
okay. So what is your impression with regards to the structure of the introduction we have discussed? It should be a funnel. Did you identify any resemblance?
Yes, of course, we tried to pick that out, because the general observation, though he should have written a bit on food allergy, that's my take, to give us a broader idea on what food allergy actually is before telling us about the other things. So I didn't see that in the intro.
Yeah, sometimes this can be, it's not necessary that you have to define that concept if you are sending it to a journal that deals with that concept. So they will think it is too much a basic information. Because the people you are writing to in that they are the expert in that area, so they don't need that information really. Sometimes it can be like that. Sometimes it's that you're sending to a generalist journal where there are a mix of readers. Then this approach you're suggesting could be one approach. So the definition sometimes is not necessary depending on the journal you're submitting your paper to. All right, thank you, group number 9. Group number 10. Who is presenting for group number 10? Group number 10. You're presenting for group number 10.
Yes, bro.
Yeah, your this thing shows you are number 5.
No. I'm number 10.
Okay. All right, go ahead then.
Okay, bro. Our topic is the paper we're giving is on the topic sensitization to molecular dog allergens in adult populations. Result from West Sweden asthma study, and it was published in
It was published in Clinical and Experimental Allergy in 2022. So the paper followed the pattern. It followed the pattern you introduced us to. They had 3 paragraphs. In the first paragraph, they gave us a broad knowledge. They showed a broad knowledge of sensitization of aero allergens in dogs. And then they went further in the same paragraph to tell us the prevalence in different countries and the conventional method used in diagnosis. Then in the second paragraph, they brought in the need to take a step further from the conventional method by bringing in molecular study and why it is better. Then in the third paragraph, they now told us that the dog study, in the study of allergens in dogs, that there is paucity of data using molecular study. So that what they want to now do in this study is to characterize the allergen in dogs using molecular method. So for us, we think they actually spelled out the steps you highlighted when you were teaching. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Group number 10. Group number 11, Nafi.
Hello.
Who is presenting for group number 12? Raise your hand also. Yeah, go ahead, group number 11.
Now I'm presenting for group number 11. Then the title of our paper is Pubertal BMI Change and Adult Onset Asthma in Men. And the paper is having a long and a short title. And it's also indicate the authors. We have all of the authors, and the paper was accepted on the 10th of November 2019. Now, in the paper, it follows the funnel description in the introduction. It has a background, which is talking about asthma in general, and then later move to a specific population, which is men in Sweden. And in the men, we have a specific range group. And also the methodology is being presented. The population target is well identified. The previous research have also been discussed in the introduction to allow the reader to know the gap, the existing gap, and what has been done in the past. So it is a review paper. Thank you.
All right, group number 12. Group number 12. Group number 12 is missing in action. Let's hear from group number 8. Group number 8.
Good afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon.
Presenting the nuggets.
No, not the nuggets.
Okay, our paper.
The paper you read.
Okay. Okay, the title of our paper, it's short-acting agonist.
Uchechi, I think you're not in a situation. Perhaps another person in your group will. All right, group number 12. Who is present for group number 12? Uchechi, do you want to continue?
I'm here.
Yes, I want to, sir.
So please. David, can you raise your hand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Uchechi. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. I said the title of our journal is Short-Acting Beta Agonist Use and Asthma Exacerbation in Swedish Children. It's Sabina Junior study. From our observation in the introduction, it followed the appropriate way, because from the beginning of the introduction, we had asthma is the most common non-communicable disease in children globally, which tells us a bit about the background of the study And then we continued with childhood asthma is characterized by multiple phenotype, and unlike in adults, clinical manifestation of these phenotypes, which are more likely to change over time. Then it gradually became more specific when it came to the problem, which is childhood asthma exerts a persistent burden on patients, caregivers, and healthcare system, with a considerable proportion of children experiencing the exacerbation annually. That's trying to justify the work which was done. Then towards the end, we got said the burden of the childhood asthma
Okay, let's go to group number 12. David, tell us what you have. Is David there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, so let's move on. Uchechi, your line is having problems. I've invited group number 12 now to present. David, are you there? Nope. All right. Then let's go to group number 1 for their nuggets. Group number 1 for their nuggets.
Hello, Prof.
Yep, just a minute.
Okay.
All right, group number 1, your slide is up. So you speak and let me know when you want me to move this slide.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for this opportunity. Hello, everyone. My name is, please, do I know how many minutes do I have? Hello?
You have
Hello?
3 minutes.
You have
3 minutes. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. My name is Sidon S. Jackson, presenting on the 10 simple rules for getting published on behalf of Group 1. The first rule is read many papers and learn from both the good and the bad work of others. Journal clubs are a good place to start, similar to what we did in the first breakout session. This will facilitate a more objective view of one's own work. Rule number 2, next slide. The more objective you can be about your work, the better that work will ultimately become. You should learn objectivity early because the editors and reviewers are objective in their reviews. However, this is difficult for some scientists to be objective. It is difficult because they have spent so much time, resources, and all, and so they believe they have given their all, and that is the best. However, the best scientists are objective about their own work. Rule number 3, good editors and reviewers will be objective about your work. We should have this at the back of our minds whenever we are trying to get published. Outstanding editors will demand and get outstanding reviews. If they get some reviews that they are not satisfied with, they send it to other reviewers that will give them what they want. And so we should try to put in our energy into improving the quality of the manuscript before submission, and not hoping that the reviewers will point out what is necessary before we modify it. We may not have the chance to even get a review from the work, and it might be rejected outrightly if there are fundamental flaws. Rule number 4, if you do not write well in the English language, take lessons early. It will be invaluable later. Some journals will suggest that you get your paper professionally copy edited for English before submitting. There are some free tools online, and there are others that are not so cheap. They are quite expensive. Whichever you're comfortable with, you can go for it. A good paper is one in which complex ideas are expressed in a way that those who are not familiar with the subject matter can understand. We've learned over and over about precision, clarity, and brevity. If a paper that is submitted is not written in good English, it could be rejected or at best slow to publish since they require extensive copy editing and revision. This is not palatable to both reviewers and the authors. Rule number 5, learn to live with rejection. Scientific careers are full of rejection, even for the best scientists. The correct response to a paper being rejected or requiring major revision is to listen to the reviewers and respond in an objective manner. Recently, I got a decision letter from a journal, and I was asked to respond to the letter and the spirit of the comments of the reviewers. That got me thinking. So you have to be objective. Don't feel you know everything. Why should it be rejected? Reviews reflect how your paper is being judged. So learn to live with it and move on. If 2 or more reviewers have said that this paper is of low quality or poor quality, then the chances are that they are correct. If there are review comments, you can work on those comments, revise your paper, and send to another journal if that particular journal has rejected it. Rule number 6, there are ingredients of good science: novelty of research topic, comprehensive coverage of the relevant literature, good data analysis, including strong statistical support for such analysis, and also a thought-provoking discussion in line with the findings of the study. There are also ingredients of good science reporting, which are good organization in regards to the different sections, introduction, methods, results, up to the conclusion. It should be organized perfectly or in a near perfect way. Then appropriate use of tables and figures. There are some data that you have to present in the form of tables. Some are better presented as figures. You should know the difference. And then the right length, talking about word count. Is it in line with the journal requirements? Is it too wordy, too lengthy? Keep the audience captivated. That is really, really important. And then write to the intended audience. Do not ignore the obvious. Keep it simple. It's better when it is simple. The best papers are
30
simple.
seconds. 30 seconds.
Rule number 7, start writing the paper the day you have the idea of what questions to pursue. Don't wait until the ideas build up completely. Avoid the temptation of including everything you know in a paper. Streamline it, there should be a scope. Rule number 8, become a reviewer early in your career. Don't say, I'm not yet qualified. Begin small, and then you grow by reviewing and learning from other reviewers. Rule number 9, decide early on where to try to publish your paper. You can use journal finders and some other engines to determine that. And then in trying to get published, remember that quality is everything. Try to publish in journals that have high impact factors so that your paper, if accepted there, will also have high impact factor. It's better to publish one paper in a quality journal than multiple papers in lesser journals. I believe these simple nuggets will help us to get published and make the most of our publication career. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, group number 1, for that nugget that was long coming. Okay. What I plan to do now is to send you back to your groups. And this is what you will be doing. Nope, not this one. This one. This is what you will be doing in the next 1 hour. So in 1:30 p.m. GMT, we'll return back here to continue the lesson. But now you have a structure you have a structure of the introduction, and you have your project topics. So you go now to begin to draft your introduction. All right. So apply this. It means that you have to do some literature, perhaps, and think more about the topic and start working on your project's introduction. Does anyone have any question now before I open the room?
Yes, Prof, I have a question. Group head, we've not presented our introduction from what you gave us. Can we present after the?
Are you just coming?
I've been here, but the person that was supposed to present, she's having issues with her network.
Yeah, she presented to I think we got the message from what she was presented. So group 8 has presented actually.
Okay, thank you.
Also group 6, sir.
No, so this time it was group number 7 to 12 that presented.
Okay, sir. Because
So
I did not know group 6.
Your turn will come. Your turn will come.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. So you can join your group now. The rooms are open, and then go and start making the draft for your project introduction.
No problem. No problem.
All right. Welcome back. I hope you have started well with your introduction. Any challenge from any group?
The time is not enough, Prof.
Yeah, when has it been enough? Yarita, since you were born, has there been enough time for anything?
No.
I don't know. Has there ever been a time for anything enough?
Sometimes.
Never.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
I don't think so.
Sometimes. Okay. So we won't start inventing it in this class, in this course.
But 1 hour is not enough.
Just for the introduction, eh? All right. You've started. Okay, it's good. It's good that you think it's not enough time. That means you need more time. I will give you more time. You have weekend now.
Actually, group number 12, we try our best.
You did your best. You finished your introduction.
Yes, so even the background or topic, a general objective, specific objective, research question. What was the remaining is just to put the reference that we used.
Wow. That's good. That's good to hear. All right, I have some hands up. I have Edward.
Yes, so for me is the subject area.
Yes, man.
It's what?
The subject area.
Yes, my issue.
We are working on the research and development expenditure to GDP, and the area seems it's not friendly to the team because most of us are coming from the head background.
I don't agree with that. All the topics are friendly to all the groups. So now you're talking about expenditure. You say it's not friendly. It doesn't concern you or what?
No, it concerns us.
Okay.
However, the type of economic indicators and other things we have to do. But if we had the opportunity to also have a health-related topic, then we could easily swim through. But we are in it together.
Here, this course does not give you any comfort zone. It doesn't give you any comfort zone. And I think that when you don't have a comfort zone, it makes you to even learn and see what is happening. Okay? So I would just encourage you, struggle it out. It's what is called in my country, suffering and smiling. Okay, I have
that's
Nazik.
interesting.
Okay, I have Nazik. Nazik, please.
Thank you very much for giving me this chance. I think 1 hour is not enough for writing an introduction or even searching the literature properly. A lot of time is needed to search the literature thoroughly. But this was a very good exercise. I like it. We divided our members into groups. Those who have to write, search the literature and write the introduction. Some of us went in this hour and do this, and they captured the time. They send us a piece of work in which we have a feedback to check whether it is following the funnel way or not.
Okay.
I think it is a good exercise. Thank you.
All
very
right.
much.
So now let me bail myself out. Nazik, I didn't say you should write your introduction under 1 hour. I didn't say that. I said the breakout session was 1 hour. So I'm giving you 1 hour to start your introduction. It doesn't mean that I've given you 1 hour to only write the introduction. It's something you have to continue, you know. Before we finish today, you will go back again and continue to work. Next week, you continue to work. Some of you we have joined your yourself to WhatsApp groups. Continue to work on that. All right. This comes by doing.
That is
all
what
right.
we have agreed upon.
Okay.
That is right. That's what we have agreed upon. This is what we have agreed upon.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very much.
I have Ndeshi. Then we'll continue. And the group number 3, please get ready for your nuggets. Once Ndeshi speaks now, then you present.
Thank you, Prof. I think for our group, the struggle was with getting databases to search the topic that we are given. Unfortunately, none of us are very familiar with the topic, but we should not act surprised because you said it is not about familiarity. So when I put up my hand, I just wanted to let everyone know that we struggled to get literature to like support our introduction as per the funnel. So that was a struggle for all of us in that group.
It's not struggle. Is there anything that you don't struggle? You call it struggle. It's normal.
Okay, it was normal to not find the literature.
Even your comfort zone, you have to work hard to get it, isn't it?
Yes, that's true, Prof.
All right. Okay, Patience, do you have a quick one? Patience, are you presenting for group 3 or? Jeremiah?
I have just a question that I wanted at least, you know, it's a platform which I think is a good place to learn. I wanted to know what approach other people used to really come up with all the information. It's like working in Google, or they divided different sub-objective on introduction. Which approach have been used so that we can use it maybe in future, or we can even help other people?
I have a comment here.
All right. Abimana?
Toward Dr. Jeremy. Thank you very much, Dr. Jeremy, for raising your issues. So just the key point or strategic to be used in the groups is, since you have a good leadership within your team, it's task distributions. You have to have a short time for having common understanding on a case, on what you are going to do. Then you do the task shifting to other. You work as a team working spirit with everyone has what you have to do with a deadline, then you do have someone to compile oral information. That's all. Prof, can you complete us then your experience? That is my point.
Well, yeah, you can do distribution of the task. Okay, you can say somebody work on the background, somebody work on the gaps, somebody work on the objectives, somebody work on summary. So you can divide it in that way. And somebody is looking at the literature. You can use that. You can use that way to do it. If you have all the time in the world for yourself, usually not. Somebody can really work on those different sessions and then send to others to comment, and you can chip in. That is one. The other one is what Jeremiah was also describing. If you make a Google document where everybody can put in their suggestions, that is a possibility. So there is really no one way to do this. Whatever is comfortable for your group, you can work on that. All right, group number 3, please. Who is presenting for you? Group number 3, who is presenting for you? I know, I see all of you, and I want me to start calling names. Doris, are you presenting? Doris, you're muted. We don't hear you. Where are your group members?
Prof, I was logged out of the break.
Okay.
So I don't know
who is presenting for group number 3.
So we have voted on it.
Prof, sorry, I don't think we have a leader, but we had not talked about presenting it already.
Have you rehearsed your nugget?
No, we haven't. We were concentrating on the introduction you told us, and that's the one that we were ready to.
Goodness me! So you mean that group number 1 had time to get theirs in that short time? Group number 2 did theirs, and group number 3 is focusing on the introduction.
We're sorry, Prof, because we thought when we returned back from the break, we were going to present the introduction.
No.
So
no,
I
didn't say you should present the introduction. You see, that is why if I give you the instruction, I will tell you that okay, get somebody. If I want you to present, somebody to present. But this one I said, start writing the introduction of your project.
Prof, we are even ready with introduction.
No, it's not this introduction.
I don't want introduction. What I want is nugget.
We're sorry, we were dwelling on that, not on the nuggets.
Okay, you don't like nuggets, no problem.
No.
Let's go to group number 4 will come. Group number 4 will come later. Group number 4, you will come later. So get ready. These nuggets are important. I don't know if you like them, but they're important. So it's good that each group will do the needful for what they have been asked to do. All right, group number 3, I wouldn't let you escape. You will still present that on Monday. On Monday, you will go first. Group number 3, you will go first, because I don't want us to miss any of those nuggets. So please get
Prof, thank you so much. We'll do it.
Get ready.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So now I'm getting the question. Now I'm getting the question. Some people log on to the breakout sessions, but they are not there. Okay? They're not contributing. You call their names, they are not there. Nobody is responding. Have you noticed that? The group coordinators, you have to take
in our group, we all contributed.
Okay.
We have not had that feedback.
Okay. So group coordinators take their attendance. I know it happens. I know it happens. So please don't engage in that, because the group activities, and that is why we emphasize taking the attendance at the group activities, because the group activities are more important than what I am doing here, because it is there you can learn, because you put into practice what we discuss in the main session. All right. Now we have worked on the introduction. And you know, if you want to think about introduction, one thing that should come to your mind is the funnel. The funnel. Use the funnel as an icon to remember how to work on your introduction. Start from the broad, then gradually build. You go to your what is unknown, then you go to your objectives and hypothesis and the approach you are taking. Now, once you have done the introduction, the next one is the methods. And the methods section is relatively straightforward to write. Unless somebody here finds the method section difficult. Let me see your hand if you find the method section difficult. Does anyone? Cindy, you find method? Doris, you find method section? Oh, the hands are coming. Wow.
Yes,
So many people. All right. But trust me, the method section is relatively straightforward and can be simple. And let me emphasize that the principles of precision, the principles of clarity and brevity covers all the section of the paper, manuscript, article you're writing. And that also happens in the methods. Why is method relatively straightforward? Because you are telling your own story. All right, you're telling your own story. Now, if I go to my kitchen, okay, and I make jollof rice, all right, I hope some people here like it. Some time ago, there was this I don't know if it's competition or people are debating Nigerian jollof rice and Ghanaian jollof rice, which one is better? I don't know who won. Does anybody know who won that?
Yes, Ghanaian
Nigerian jollof rice.
Ghana won.
You see what is happening.
Nigeria won.
I'm just hearing this for the first time.
Okay, you're just hearing for the first time.
Prof, let me give Prof. Yes, Prof.
The argument was the way it was now. They kept arguing.
Like this, like this.
No winner.
No winner. Okay. Okay.
As the winner, our information minister won.
Wow. Okay.
Nigeria.
We need the research, Prof.
Has never been won. The battle has never been won by anyone.
All right. Okay. Let's leave it there. Let's leave it there for them. But just assume that I go to my kitchen and I make a very nice jollof rice. And it happens that day you were my guest. And I gave you the first one. You finished it. You said, wow, this is good. Can I take more? I said, yeah, of course. I made so much. You take the second one. I can't stop eating. Can I take more? Yeah. And then you come to the kitchen. But how did you do this? I've not made this type before. And perhaps you're a Ghanaian or I'm a Nigerian. What? No. The Ghanaian guy is saying that I have not made this type before. I said, okay, I can give you the recipe. Yeah. Okay. Because I have done this, what happens is that it's easier for me to tell. Now, if this my friend, this Ghanaian friend lives here, and somebody asked him, do you know how to make very good jollof rice? Yeah, I was with my friend and he told me how I can. I've not made it myself anyway, but I can describe it for you. All right. Is that the jollof rice argument? All right.
No.
Okay, so between me and my friend who came, who do you think it'd be easier to tell the story of how to make this jollof rice? It is me. It is me, because I didn't just hear it. I did it. I practiced it. I made it. Okay? And then I have told it to somebody. So that is what the method is actually. Because you are involved in this, you develop it, you acted on it. That story is easier to write. In fact, easier to write than introduction. All right? Because introduction, you have the part of trying to set the context of what other people have done. So the introduction is relatively straightforward because you're reporting what you have done. And it's not just what you have done. You planned it. This is where I will do it. Okay? And that is why in many situations, when people ask, when I'm writing my article, which section do I start? And they will tell you, start from the one that is easy. And that is the method. The method is easier because that is what you have. You have in your hand. All right. So the method section primarily describes the procedures, the approaches, and the methods you have used to conduct your study. It also captures and describes the materials, the techniques, the instruments you have used in the study. All right. And it also describes the statistics you have performed in the study. And finally, it highlights the issues of ethics. Does the study require ethics approval? Did you collect one? Where did you collect it from? Did the participants in your study or whatever give consent? Do you have those in hand? So it shouldn't be difficult. Yeah, some of you raised your hand, and I know it's not that the method is difficult. It's perhaps you have not written it often. If you have written it often, you begin to see that it is rather not a difficult part to write, especially when you compare to other sections of the paper. So in the methods, give appropriate details. Give appropriate details because, you know, one principle, there is one course we run in ASFI called Reproducibility in Scientific Research. Has anyone here attended that course? Reproducibility in Scientific Research. Anyone?
No.
No one. Okay. Okay. No one has attended.
No.
Oh.
And we are the next. We are the next students.
Oh, you're the next. Okay. But I tell you, I just finished that course in my university here. It's not one of your everyday course title you hear, reproducibility. I know the times we have taught it, those who have attended, one of the comments, when I saw this title, I was thinking, what is this? Some people actually came because they wanted to know what this is all about. And the same I had here. And that course is one of the courses I've seen people not knowing what they are coming into, but they finish from this course. They say, wow. In fact, in the years I've taught it here, every cohort I have taught will always say, we'll go to the postgraduate office to tell them this course should be made mandatory for all PhD students, because it teaches you tools of doing research and what research is all about. So in that course, one of the things we bring forth is the issue of replication as a good standard for science replication. And that replication means that you find something in Ghana. There's a phenomenon you find in Ghana. And you go to Mexico, and people who don't know you in Ghana actually find the same thing. And you go to Indonesia, they find. So once we are finding similar things across places, it means that that thing actually exists in that way. All right. The other thing we deal with is reproducibility. Reproducibility is the ability of somebody else to use your method you have used and then find the same thing you have found. So a well-described method will enhance the replication and exercise, reproducibility exercise. And once we do that, it helps science to grow. It helps research to grow. Mind you, it is not about you. It is about the society. So think of the readers and provide as much details as possible when you're describing your method. Somebody may find your study and say, this looks very nice. It was done in Ghana. Okay, maybe I would repeat it in my country, Benin, or I will repeat it in my country in Cote d'Ivoire. I will repeat it in my country in Niger. That is how we grow. That is how we become better. So when you describe your methods, provide as much details, simplistic way, and make it in a way people can easily understand and can take the information you have provided and replicate them. All right, I have some hand. I have Abdul Malik, please.
Yes, thank you, Professor, for giving us that deliberation on the methods. Professor, I would like to know the difference between methods and methodology. These two things sometimes confuse me. For example, if I am using a correlation or survey design in my research work, and then I have some instruments that I'm using to be employed in my research. For example, if I have an observation tool, I have an interview tool. So what would be the method here, and what is the methodology?
Does anyone have any input to make here? Does anyone have input? I see some hand. Let me see.
I did not get it clear.
What is the difference between method and methodology?
Let me try. Hello. Let me try.
Does anyone have any?
Okay, I want
they are the same.
I think
they are not.
I think methodology is the study of the method. Study of the method.
I think they are the same.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please. Who is speaking? So let's speak one by one.
Doris.
Can I
Doris.
speak?
Doris speaking. Okay, Doris, go ahead.
I think methods have to do with when you are dealing with materials that maybe you work in the lab and work in the field. But for methodologies, I think it has to do with living animals, that you did some protocols like that, maybe survey with human beings and animals. That's my take. I feel there's a little bit difference.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Any other person?
Yes. Can I contribute?
Who is speaking?
Peter.
Peter speak, then Rhoda, and then we'll move on. Peter speak, then Rhoda, we move on.
Yes, please. So what I understand about methodology is when you are combining your research design with your methods of data collection and of analysis, then you are dealing with the methodology. But if you are talking about the methods alone, you are talking about your data collection procedures and the instruments, materials that you use in addition to the analysis process that you'll be adopting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Then I have Rhoda.
Okay, they have said so many things that I would have loved to say, but I just want to add that methodology includes all the components that you will use in achieving your goals, starting from the study site description, the study design, and the materials, the instruments you will use, and then including the real method, your sampling procedures, and to your data analysis.
All right. Okay. I think all of you are right. I can't argue on that, but in my own way, I would simply say that methodology is more or less an umbrella perspective, and that describes a kind of theoretical and philosophical leaning of the approach you are using in your investigation. All right. Then the methods are now the tools you apply in the methodology you have chosen to collect the information. The specific tools you have used are under methods, but the methodology is the umbrella that covers the methods and provide a theoretical and a philosophical leaning for the study you have done. For instance, when you say ethnography is a methodology. All right? Ethnography is a methodology, and it explores things like culture. But now you may want to investigate the culture. All right, then the tools you use, for instance, if you want to look at how people communicate, the tools you use to make that assessment are methods. All right, you have what other they call ethno methodology, which examines the dialogue people have, body language, and things like that. That is a methodology. But when you want to research on people's body language, there are tools you use to do that. It may be questionnaire, maybe focus group analysis, and things like that. Those become methods. All right, I hope this helps you. Otherwise, please find text to read more on that. Okay, so the methods we have all agreed is not difficult as such. So things that can come into the method section, you have to provide overview of the study design, the sample size, inclusion and exclusion criteria you have used, recruitment and retention plans of your participants, procedures, materials you have used, and data collection. If you have who use human subjects, some of you have mentioned animals. Some of you who are working in the IT context or engineering may have different participants in your study. And so you have to describe those. Study issues of validity and reliability, and so on and so forth. Statistical analysis, the timetable you have kept. All right. So study design part, you talk about the setting. In the morning, somebody was asking, should I, telling a story, use describe the context of my study? Yes, you should do that where it is possible to do so. Describe the location where the study has been taking place. If you are, for instance, investigating centers. So that context, okay, you start with that. That is the setting. Then you describe the participants. Who are the participants? How did you include them? What is their age? Sometimes you have only men or women in a study. You have people, for instance, you have recruited from the hospital or motor parks or markets. Who are they? You have to describe them. The sample size, yeah, that is a big issue nowadays, so that people can do studies and not able to find out what they have set out for because of low sample size. How did you generate your sample size? Okay, so that is important to include in your methods. All right, then the procedures, data sources. How did you recruit and screen the participants, for instance? How did you search for and selected the papers if you're doing a review, for instance? The data set you use. Now, I have given you the data set and I've described to you the source where the data set has come from in your study. And so what you do now is when you're describing what you have done, you indicate where the data set has come from, you indicate how you obtained it. And then one of the things I say you should do is to clean the data set. You describe how you have cleaned the data set. And you can reformulate the variables there. How did you do that? So these are the things you describe. So the method section actually tells the story of what you have done, as in the example I've given, making a jollof rice. I'm talking about jollof rice too much today. Maybe I would do that after my listing. All right. How and when did you conduct the study and follow up? Your intervention, if you have intervention, if it's only descriptive, what it is, how you have obtained it, how you have given it, when was it obtained, when was it given? Did you have controls? Any issues of ethics? Did you obtain ethics? Or did you just collect your information from freely available data that you do not need ethics? Then you have to describe those so that the reader will know that you have some exceptions of what you have done. So the variables, when you have now collected, then you have to process the data. Okay, you have to process the data, and then yeah, I mentioned the data analysis course will be running next year. Look out for it because we know that many people struggle with these things. How do I make sense of my data? And some of you who are part of volunteers for ASFI research, some of you will learn those skills there because we will want to take you through how do I formulate my research question? How do I have a set of data and I dig into it to find answers. And how do I analyze? How do I clean? How do I make sense? How do I interpret? So here, variables you have used, define them, the units and their types. How did you collect them? How were they and when were they collected? In the analysis, it's possible that not everybody responds to your questionnaire, or not everybody responds to some of the items. Not that they didn't respond to the questionnaire at all, but some of the items. For instance, if you send a questionnaire to people, for instance, who smoke, and sometimes because they don't want to reveal that, they can leave the question open. Do you smoke? And they look to the left, look to the right. If anybody is watching them, no, I won't answer this one. And then they move and make your data empty there. And then when you have collected, you have missing data for that item. How did you do it? How did you transform your variables? What analysis did you conduct? What are the sub-analyses you have conducted, subgroup sensitivity analysis, exploratory analysis, and so on and so forth. So you can see, if you take the analogy of cooking jollof rice, the method section is simple. It's simple to, it's easy. Now let me use that. It's easier to write than the other section because it actually tells your story of what you have done. And a story is better told by the person who has participated. Even though I know that some people can tell other people's story better than they are. That one is true. But when you are a scientist, you have to learn to tell the story of what you have done because you are passionate about it. All right. I think this is the last thing I have now for this section and for today. And we will get your, okay, I have some hands already up. Let's take those questions and why group number 4 prepares. Group number 4, I hope you're ready for your presentation, your nuggets. Are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Great. Okay. Doris, you go on.
Thank you for the explanation so far.
Doris, we don't hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, better now.
Thank you for your explanation so far, Prof. I mentioned that method is my challenge because of the statistical analysis. That's the place I have huge problem, particularly in the area of sample size determination, trying to determine the effect power, the power size, using prevalence to statistical analysis is where the issue is. Like the project we gave us, I just looked at it. It requires a bit complex statistical analysis, trend analysis, and time series. That is where there is big problem. So I wouldn't mind anytime there is anything, that is where I have issue. Thank you.
All right. So you are telling me now that you are coming for the course when we turn. Okay.
Definitely.
I understand. I understand.
Anyhow.
I get the message. So what you should have said is that my problem is statistical analysis of the method, because it's not every part of the method that is a problem for you. So say statistical analysis. That is fine. Okay, that is understandable. That can be dealt with. How you can deal with that is that if you have collaboration, that can help you. All right. So if you have a statistical collaborator who can support you, do the analysis, help you interpret, and then can write that part. That is one way you can deal with it. But if you want to do it yourself, then attend the training that can help you. But you have to be mindful that it is not every skill that you can learn. There are experts in the field that can help you in some of the complex scenarios. All right, Eman Diab.
Thank you.
Yes, Professor, I have a question about our project. You provided us with specific data and specific topic. If we work on that topic and not for training, but the final version of the complete paper later, can we publish this paper? I mean, it is not just for training. It's the final version. If we make
the data, I understand. I have received those questions before. The data I've given you are public data, and they are things that people easily know. So publishing them is not novel enough. Okay, it's not novel enough. I think I will encourage you to just use it for the practice, not really for publishing, because it's not novel enough.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
All right, it looks like my jollof rice is catching some fever. Some people want to join me this evening to eat jollof rice.
Really?
All right, Nidal.
Yes, Prof. Actually, I want to talk about the introduction because I always suffer from perfection that I write my introduction, but still there's a feeling that it is not perfect enough. So I download more papers about my topic and rewrite again the introduction. And I was in this cycle for a long time and takes time for me. So how I can escape it? That always I am thinking about perfection, that my introduction is not good enough, and I missed some variables or articles that I didn't mention in my article in my intro.
You're muted. All right, Nidal, I get your point. You're saying, how do I streamline? How do I streamline? How do I align? Okay, and get a good method. You see, before you start the research, you should have a clear perspective of the field. That is very, very important. Okay, because if you're going to describe general knowledge, what is not known, you can't do that if you don't have a good command of the field. And a good command of the field means that you should have good knowledge of what has been done, all right, and what has not been done. And that is why there is another course we teach in SFI, Systematic Reviews and Meta-Analysis. That course, if you have not attended it, is a very good course. All right.
I already attended.
You attended.
Yeah, I attended.
You attended that. So
Yeah.
what that offers you, what that offers you is that it helps you to begin to think of, how do I synthesize or bring together evidence on a particular topic? How do I do that? And so that you can find a way to search. It is possible that you can get a lot of papers, but you should be able to delimit to certain aspects that actually concern the topic you're going to do. Well, the point I'm making is that before you start that research, you should already have a clear perspective. And that clear perspective can come from doing something like a systematic review before you start your research. And then that will put you in a place to know when you're writing your introduction, which literature to include, which not to include. If you have missed anyone, that will give you a clear picture. And the issue of it is perfect, not perfect. It's a good feeling when you are at a stage where you do not feel that you have arrived. And that is what I was saying yesterday. If you have reached a point where you say, well, I have arrived, it is perfect, then it's not true. You can continuously improve. All right. That paper you have written, you're doing your postdoc now, and in the next 5 years, the next 10 years, take that paper. One of the things, because you have improved in your knowledge, in your skill, you ask yourself, did I write this? Goodness me, what was I thinking? But because that was your knowledge at that particular time. So there is room to always improve. All right, I have Ngozi Indemili Arono.
I want to ask a question about sample size.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at times when you calculate sample size, a formula, you still have a sample size that is not manageable. So what do you do about that? You know, because your calculation is giving you, let's say, 2,000 respondents, and you can actually manage just like 1,000 or 700. What
Mm-hmm.
do we
What do you mean? What do you mean that you can manage?
Like, you know, if you don't have the funding for that kind of
oh yeah, yep. You don't have the funding, you don't have the manpower.
The manpower for
that. You don't have the lab to collect it. Okay, yeah, that is the problem. That is a problem. And so it means that if you have calculated 2,000 and you don't have money to deal with that, if you collect less than 2,000, you can't answer that question definitively, because you set out to address that question and provide a convincing answer. So if you make a sample size calculation and it tells you to answer this question, you need 2,000 people. If you go below that, then you may get chance findings because you do not have sufficient power to address that. So what you do is to continue to look out for the money. All right? Or if they are not exploratory studies in the field, you can do things like feasibility study, but you know that you can't reach a definitive conclusion when you have less sample size to do that. So once you have made a sample size calculation and it has given you a number that you need to answer that question, to be able to answer that question, you need that number. And so go out, look for the money, look for the manpower, look for the collaboration, look for the space. You just have to do it that way because there's no other way to solve that problem if you have that number of people to be included. Okay, Mati, finally, and then group number 4 will present their nugget.
Thank you, Prof, for the opportunity. So my question is about analysis. When you were explaining, you say something about missing data. I enjoy myself when I say you want to talk about missing data. Actually, in my data collection, there was one data, like I was asking people your monthly income. I've noticed most of them didn't like to answer to this question. So I was jumping every time when this question was basic, was a main question for me to show people of low income and high income. So how can I solve this problem? Am I supposed to remove all those respondents with missing data?
Yep. So, Marty, you see, you are taking us out of the context of this course, but I will help you so that you wouldn't say that, well, he didn't answer my question. The thing is that missing data is a reality. Some of those missing data can come from really people don't want to answer. Some questions are context specific that people are sensitive to it. All right. So if you know, because you know, that is why when you design a new questionnaire like that, they ask you to do things like validity, reliability, feasibility, things to ensure that people are actually responding to those questions. But some questions like that is are sensitive. People would not want to put the income they have. In my country, goodness me, where you see these guys who are kidnapping here and there, and they ask you, how much do you earn? And then, this guy is a big guy. It's a big guy. And before you know it, after 2 weeks, people are knocking on your door because they want to share from what you have. So it's a sensitive question. What do you do? Can you go around each to ask them their education, all right, their occupation, without asking them about the money, so that you can infer, when you're doing the study, you can infer now that, okay, somebody who is a lawyer is earning around this range, because you know within the society possible range of income the person may be earning. So that is one way you can do that. You remove the sensitive questions and then ask perhaps some proxy questions. Do you have a farm? Do you have a car? Do you have a house? Things like that, you know, that you can use to collect some of those questions that may be very sensitive. I hope that is helpful for you, Matt.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
All right, group number 4, please tell us what you have so that we can find a way to run away from here.
So I'm supposed to talk about, on behalf of the group, how to go about a good introduction. And the title of the nugget is, "It was a cold and rainy night. Set the scene with a good introduction." And it was written by Thomas M. Hanley in the Guide to Scientific Writing in Clinical Chemistry. So he began by what we have emphasized before, setting the scene. You must tell the reader what has happened before or what is currently happening. And then we go on to narrow it down to what you intend to do in the article by giving them a glimpse of what you intend to do in the article. So as it has been said in the presentation, we should have a conical introduction, either a cone or a funnel. So there are 4 aspects that should be in an introduction. You should begin with what is known about that topic, and then move to the knowledge gap that is available, and the knowledge gap that is unknown. So you move from what is known, which has a broader base, and then you narrow it down to the knowledge gap. Then you quickly state your purpose statement. There are actually, the nugget said that there are actually 4 things that you could do when you go about solving, going about a research. It's either you are testing a hypothesis, you are answering a question, you are solving a problem, or you are trying to fulfill the purpose. Then the last thing, as we have seen, is you should mention your proposed solution or your plan of attack. And then you use statements like what I have projected there. We hypothesized that, we tested the hypothesis, we asked whether to answer this question. This prompted us to investigate whether, then to resolve these apparent differences. So you use sentences like that. Then the next thing that was emphasized is that while you move from these 4 segments that should be in an introduction, you should use what you call transition phrases. It should not be phrases, transition phrases. You should use what you call transition phrases. So these transition phrases helps the writer to emphasize the important points in what you are writing, and it helps the reader differentiate the different segments. So somebody who has gone through this topic, as you go through an introduction, you are looking for this, the known, the unknown, the question, and the experimental approach. So the transition phrases allows you to switch from one segment to the other. So you are using phrases like the ones I've itemized in my presentation. These prior studies show that. supporting the theory that, interestingly, more importantly. So these are phrases that can help get the reader interested in what you are doing. And then the next segment talks about how much information you should put in your introduction, because you really don't want your introduction to be everything that will be in your article. So how do you decide how much you should put into introduction? So the way to go about it is that you ask yourself, how much information would you really need to understand the study question? And why does this matter? Or you go back in time only as far as needed. You don't need to go as far back as when God created the world or something like that. You just go as far back as is needed so that you can bring the reader to speed, because you cannot completely exhaust the information that is available in a particular topic that you want to do a research on. Or another way that it can help you is that you set a target word limit. So maybe the whole article you were asked to write maybe not more than 2,000 words. So you know that in your introduction, you don't want to have maybe more than 500 or 400 words. So that's another way to ensure that you don't have too much details. Then you decide if the information should be in the introduction or discussion. So sometimes you have an overlap between the information you have in the introduction or you have and the information that you put in the discussion. So you should, if you think you need to have more information in that you need to pass on to the readers of the article, you can as well put that information in the discussion, but ensure that you are not repeating the things that you have said in your introduction in the discussion, because it is just a waste of words. And then the last thing that was said in that nugget is that you should ensure that there's a consistency in the various segments of your article. So the introduction should be consistent with the method should be consistent with the result, and the result should be consistent with the discussions and the conclusions. Thank you very much.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, group number 4. Group number 3 will still hold you accountable on Monday. So if we forget, make sure you are so kind to remind us that we have not done ours, because we need it. All right, that is it for me today, and I will send you back to your group. The Zoom will be open until 4 p.m. GMT, just in case you want to stay and struggle this out, because I know some of you will have sleepless nights these 5 days. It's becoming exciting, isn't it? So please, it's weekend. So 4 p.m. is the latest I give you, so that you can go and have a good time for the weekend and rest. And on Monday, we'll start again. All right, so I will send it to your groups now. And I will not be here. I will not be here now. So if you fall out, it means that you have to find a way to fall in. Some of you may want to use other platform. That is fine, absolutely. But just to let you know that if you fall out, since I'm not here, there will be nobody to send you in. And I have my colleague, Dr. Oladejo. Are you going to be around?
No, sir, I'll be leaving.
Oh, you believe in, eh? Okay. So, all right. So that means that you, is there any group that does not want to meet? Is there a group that wants to meet, so that we know? Group 1, do you want to meet in your breakout session?
Not really, but maybe for
not really.
Taking
okay.
their attendance.
We should, please, group 3. I don't know. I'm having issue with network, so I don't think I can cope.
All right. Any of the group
Actually,
that wants
Prof,
to meet?
for me, I'm very tired already. I think we
You are
should
very
just
tired. Yeah, you have not been
Thank you.
talking. You have only been listening. How can you be tired just listening? We should.
Sorry, Prof, but I'm tired already.
All right, no
I'm sure you
problem.
can
So
hear it in my voice.
yeah, so no problem. So I will send you home from now, and then
Thank
we
you,
meet.
Prof.
Meet on Monday.
Please, group three
Please,
members that were
please.
supposed to work, we can meet on the WhatsApp group and agree when to return back.
All right, please,
you.
everyone, send me all the groups. Send me your nuggets. I have for group 1. The other groups are presented. Send me your nugget because we'll share them to all the groups, and of course, I will make available the nuggets papers themselves so that everyone can have them. So please send them to me when you have the time. And I wish you all a very good. Chinenye, you have a question or comment?
I have a question. I've been wanting to ask this question. I know everybody is tired. Please just, help me this one last time. It's still on introduction. My greatest problem in writing is introduction. Usually, I'm in pharmacology, natural products. Usually when I'm writing introduction or when I'm writing for a journal, and if it's on a particular disease state, I don't usually know how to start the introduction, whether to start with the disease condition or with the plant in question or with the natural product. I find it difficult to actually know how to start and which one should come first. It's usually a challenge for me.
Yeah, so Chinenye, this will be a challenge for everybody. So the framework we have given, the funnel system, I think should help to guide you. Then the other thing is that you can check in your field how people have usually started in this kind of questions. All right, and finally, you need to be artistic. You need to be artistic. Find a way. Ask yourself, can I reframe it? Can I make it better? Can I change it? You know, these are the struggles you have to go within yourself and then get it right. But that funnel shape is really a framework you should work on. Then the intricate details is what you need to sort out, and this can be field specific, really.
Prof, please let me suggest something to her.
All right.
One other thing is look at your title. So the way your title is, the effect of something on something, you start with talking about the effect of that thing before you move to the second part of the topic. So take the topic in stages based on the content. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. Your topic, just like I said, the effect of some extract on a disease. Then you say, maybe introduce the disease or start to talk about the extract first. So you get a justification for the extract because the plant is abundant, because this, because that. That is why you are going to use it to control your disease, that kind of thing. I think if you start from your topic and break your topic into those segments, writing an introduction will come handy. That's what I think.
All right. So you have additional suggestions.
Essentially, what I'm picking up now, and it's like a spark now, is that I have to really be artistic and define my own way. And so that's what I'm picking up, because so many people have started in different ways and they are still in order, but I can be more artistic in my own and define my own pattern. It's all right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I wish you a very good weekend.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Have a very good weekend.